Okay, hello. We're here.
Hi.
Finally doing podcast.
We're not that late, are we?
No, not really. I want to say
Like
what
a day or
time?
two?
Yeah. I mean, we are. I just put this out whenever I can, to be honest.
Jonas was too busy running after imaginary bugs.
Stop. That wasn't me. All right. It's my mom who was like yelling termites, and I was like, okay, it's a long story. I don't want to get into it.
Nah, it was
Uh,
funny though.
yeah, it was kind of it was goofy. So how you been? How's things?
Um,
Flies. All right, cool.
Pretty good. Trying to think. Oh, um, Cloud9 won a League of Legends series this past Sunday, yesterday,
Hmm.
yesterday, and they were looking pretty bad, man. And they came back and just looked really good. Beat the team that looks the best currently in North America,
Hmm.
and they're currently going to Worlds for League of Legends. So, pretty stoked,
Okay.
being a
Okay.
fan.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
You know how Evo is like your thing? This is my thing.
I know.
So.
I know. Like I'm trying to put it in that perspective. Is that like this
They're
is the thing that
like,
you're excited
you
for?
know
Yeah.
how like Sonic Fox is like, yo, North America rep, and then what I'm saying, we're all like, yeah, Sonic Fox
Yeah.
needs to show that NA is NA.
Yeah.
Do they have a Worlds for Evo, or is Evo like Worlds?
Uh, Evo's basically world. Evo's the world. I mean, there are other like other tournaments. Like there's the Capcom Pro Tour tournament. There's also Arxis's world tournament where they do like US and Japan, and then eventually they do finals.
Hmm,
But like Evo is like all over because that's
yeah.
why like during finals, I think for Guilty Gear, I think it was an American player and shit, I forget who else. Yeah, I forget. But yeah,
You could put almost any esport finals on in front of me, and I would enjoyably watch most of them.
yeah. I mean,
Just because, like, the commentary a lot of the time is good.
yeah, I forget whose commentary I was watching. I think it was. I think for Strive, I think it was Tasty Steve and Sajam, and they're
I
like
like the
very,
names.
yeah, they're very very well known. Tasty Steve and Sajam, but like I like Sajam's stuff because he really he a lot of fighting game like players have a lot of YouTube channels and like a lot of them do like not commentary but like they have their own like mini discussions during their live streams where they talk about like there's certain mechanics of like certain games and like the meta and stuff like that. It's just very interesting to hear certain viewpoints from like other players and stuff like that.
For sure.
Yeah. So yeah, you were saying League good?
Yeah, no, that's it for that. I'm just like really
Stoked.
stoked. It looked like they weren't going to make it. There was so much this year with like turnover from their uh what's it called, from their organization. They lost a few players. That's their choice though. Like they took them out and replaced them.
Mm-hmm.
And they had this really weird like controversy around a coach that they had hired in the scene called, his name's LS. Uh, he has like really weird like viewpoints
Hmm.
or strategies on like how to play the game. And for 2 weeks we got to see him. It's called drafting their characters or their matchups,
Mm-hmm.
and he drafted some really really strange matchups and destroyed the other teams with it. And
Wow.
it was like so weird, and people started playing the matchups. Like it like you could actually go into the game like the week after that, and you
Mm-hmm.
would see people playing these characters, and it was really cool to see like the impact on it.
Yeah, I mean definitely. Yeah, like you said, it's the League Evo because that's what I do
Yeah,
sometimes. Is that like whenever I see like something a game that I enjoy, I just like I kind of want to see how that works out, or like try out this character, try out this like specific move set and stuff like that. But yeah, I get it from that standpoint.
dude. Yeah, like I can't remember. I want to say a few years ago, I started watching Smash Brothers tournaments, and like I always thought it would be dumb, but it's actually really fun to hear like the guys again, just like the commentators be like, this guy's been doing this for 8 years, and like he just like fucking destroys the other guy, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, he's been doing it for 8 years.
Yeah, I think the closest thing that like is similar to like weird shit happening was I think a tournament for Marvel vs. Capcom 3 where someone chose like the low tier characters and ended up like I think getting to finals, I want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was weird. I think it was like Phoenix Wright and like I forget the other two characters, but it was just like characters that a lot of like Marvel vs. Capcom players are like, yeah, we don't really use these characters because they're not that great. But that guy fucking destroyed. That guy like did really well.
Two things. One, just about what you just said, like picking low tier characters in any video game you play. I 1000% believe in this. If you know that character, you know his moveset, any game. You know how they work against every single other character, and you know how to play it so fucking well, you will not lose because you are so good with that. There's, you know what I'm saying? What was the other thing? Oh shit, I forgot. I don't know. I guess I was gonna say. Oh, that's what it was. I told you before I was watching Evo with my friend. We were watching. What is the new game? Multiverses.
Oh yeah.
And the guys picked the meta characters, Bugs Bunny and someone else, and he was like, "Yeah, Bugs is so good." And then we watched the other team destroy them, who had like the weaker set of characters, and I was like, "Yeah, I mean, again, like these people just know it better, man."
Yeah, just put the time and effort into it, then yeah, like if you be that confident to go in. Yeah. God damn it! Now I want to play fighting games. I just haven't played fighting games.
Oh, you got to work tomorrow. I was gonna say after this, I'd sit there and fight you in fighters.
In fighters,
dude, man, I've been playing it. It's fun.
It's good. It's good. Yeah, I should really like go back and play a little bit more fighters, especially with the team that I enjoy. You find a team yet or not?
Oh, I have the team. I'm ready. I'm 1000% ready to whoop you.
You don't want to say it? You want to save it?
Do I want to save the team?
Yeah. Getting you. I mean, I knew it.
You'd see it anyways. Like you would see it.
Okay.
SS4 Fusion. Instinct Goku. And what's the last one? Baby Vegeta 2, I think.
Oh yeah, Baby Vegeta 2 is really good.
Yeah.
I would say maybe Instinct Goku is kind of broken. I don't know. I don't know if he's still broken, but like I know a lot of like a lot of. I mean, yeah, he's broken in a good way. If you're the one pressing the buttons, he's good. Because a lot of Evo players are playing as UI Goku, so it's like he's good. He's good.
I played somebody online with that team and wrecked their shit. I don't think I was much better than them. The one thing I will say is the things that you taught me, like,
I taught you things?
Well, because, like, I would say, like, oh, I can up punch you, and you're like, yeah, this is how you do it, or whatever. So, like, kind of like teaching, or at least learning as I played with you. They never did that. They never hit me up into the air while I was blocking, and I did it, so they didn't do it, so I would assume they didn't know how to do it. Okay. And then what's the other thing? Oh, how to cancel in the air from getting hit. So I would like cancel in the air and then fly back to them and punch them. So I just kept like doing things like that they couldn't do. So now I was just like, well, you can't do it, so I'm gonna do it.
I was about to say, you know how to use your sparking, right?
What is it?
Your spark, that little like red thing in like near your health.
Yeah, I think it's all 4 shoulder buttons.
But you know what it does, right?
It heals and makes you a little stronger, I think.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, utilize that when you're reaching like I guess like the last characters in your match because it's good, especially when doing like level 3s and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. It
I should really play fighters. I should really
it's a
play
good game, man. The
It
only
is!
reason it really holds my attention though is just because it's Dragon Ball Z characters.
Yeah. No, yeah. It's
League of Legends will be the same when they come out with
the
L.
fighter. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very excited for that, just to see how that is, because like I've been seeing like some progress videos for it, and it's like it's really shaping up. But it makes sense because it's the two brothers that are behind shit. They're behind a project called let's say Rolling Thunder. I want to say it was like this GGPO based fighting game that was like robots, and it was like pretty good, but it just never came to fruition. But these guys,
cool, actually.
the two twins have been like in like a lot of fighting game stuff. Like they're very well known in like the fighting game community. I think they were like also like avid pushers for GGPO as well, or they are the guys behind GGPO. I could be wrong.
What's GGPO?
The earliest form of rollback. Good game. Peace out.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Project L will have a DLC rollback for you.
Yeah, like Dragon Ball Fighters. That makes me so worried, because I'm like, we're both like are going back and like having fun with this game, and it's just like the imminent like worry for me, for my case, is like, please don't charge for rollback, please. But I'm thinking, I'm like, this is Bandai Namco. They did a really shitty thing with Tekken, where they, for the season pass, I think for like the third season pass of like Tekken 7, they put down frame data, which is like the weirdest thing to be in a season pass. So,
fuck is frame data?
Frame data is basically the amount of time it takes the character to do an animation. So like, let's say a character is doing a punch, it's like 5 frames. So it's 5 frames during the animation where you have time, like, okay, during these 5 frames, can I do something else? It's just the data that tells you how many frames it takes to do the animation for specific moves and stuff. But like, that's what I'm saying, is that was in a season pass, or you had to buy it separately. It was bizarre. It was the weirdest shit for Tekken 7. Yeah, it was really dumb, because it's like, frame data is in all fighting games regardless. Like, it was just the weirdest fucking thing. It was
It's
just
something that should be patched or already in the game.
Already in the game. Yeah, basically. So that's why it was like bizarre. So that's why I'm like, I'm having I have no hopes.
I had real nervous thoughts when Call of Duty started doing their battle pass, because you got guns in there, and I was like, I really hope they don't just start selling guns, because I don't want to have to buy a gun.
Yeah,
I'm okay with buying maps because we've been doing that for so long.
Yeah.
But it's weird, man. Monetization is such a weird thing on DLCs and stuff, and DLCs themselves, like, it's a really weird line of what you're willing to buy versus what you're not willing to buy. You know?
Yeah, that's the thing, is that like, depending on what the game that you're really, really involved in, like, I think for me, like, for fighting games, if like a new character drops, I'm like, I gotta check them out. I gotta see. Like, I just want to play this new character and like really get back into the game. But when it goes for like something like first-person shooters or like competitive stuff, I don't really care for like the maps and stuff. But like I said, I can get it from that perspective of like, I want to try the new thing that's out there. Yeah. It's weird, but like, doesn't Call of Duty do like like you can buy boosters and stuff like that?
Call of Duty boosters? No.
Is it, what do you technically buy on Call of Duty?
No. Okay, so yeah, I guess you technically could get boosters. Like when you buy Mountain Dew or Doritos, you get the boosters. I forgot
about that. Real world like microtransactions. It's so weird.
I mean, so it never bothered me though when I was a kid. I mean, nothing really ever bothers you when you're a kid. But like, even now, I'm kind of like, I mean, it's a bag of Doritos. Like, I'm already gonna eat Doritos anyways. Like, I'll take the fucking,
I'll drink this Mountain Dew.
Dude, I still eat terribly, and I drink, garbage soda. But I have stopped eating chips. I don't know why I don't like chips anymore.
It's weird that you say that. Is that like I'm trying to like I want to say I'm trying to eat more chips, but like I just haven't had like chips in a good while. That
Yeah.
I'm just like I kind of want potato chips because like my mom buys well sometimes I buy these popcorners and it's essentially like a tortilla like the triangle shaped tortilla chips but in like popcorn and like they're not bad but it's just like
It's like air chips, yeah.
yeah they're not bad but it's just like I kind of just want potato chips. Like you know how you have that craving for like certain things. I just want a potato chip. So I went to the gas station a couple like days back, and I didn't realize that Lay's came out with a with different flavors of chips from other brands.
Oh.
So like they have like Cheeto flavored like wavy Lay's.
That's really interesting, actually.
Doritos. so the one I got that was there at the gas station was Funyuns. So I because like I remember having Funyuns when I was like younger and like I kind of want to try this.
Yeah.
I had it. I'm like it's just Funyuns. Yeah, it's just in a potato chip. It's like yeah, it's like the flavor's still there. But yeah, like I think the other potato chip that I enjoy is like the cheddar sour cream and onions from Ruffles. That's the one I also.
Okay, so yeah, that's like it's the ones that I can still eat are basically that one that you just said,
Crack,
and,
basically.
The wavy Ruffles, I will go out and buy those, but I have to get the French onion dip to put them in.
Yeah, I never really dipped chips besides like tortilla chips.
Oh man. Okay, that's another thing that I do want to do. I want to learn how to make green is it salsa? Green salsa?
Yeah, green salsa.
Yeah.
You want like the picante stuff, or you want like?
I want spicy. I want that shit spicy.
Okay, I would say try like you've probably been to like a Mexican restaurant where they have like their spicy green.
Yeah.
Salsa. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what they make it with though. I mean, I'll look it up.
Yeah, it's obviously a bunch of peppers, but like yeah, you probably find it.
I did end up making the cheese dip.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it didn't turn out good the first time, but it turned out better the second time.
Yeah, I mean that's everything. I mean, especially cooking is trial and error.
Yeah. Don't put flour in anything. Except for bread.
Yeah, I was about to say except for that. Trying to think what else. Yeah. I guess that's it. Oh yeah, I just back to the whole food topic. Yeah, I'm trying to like drink less soda. You know, I've been drinking more water, but like there are times where I was just like one soda can't hurt. But I try not to like drink too much soda. But here we are. But man, Mountain Dew I know could be fucking like radioactive and like fucking toxic, but I like Mountain Dew. I'll buy it for my booster packs.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm trying to think if I like Sprite or Mountain Dew better. It's weird because they're different.
Yeah, they're very different. Because like Mountain Dew is like it's supposed to be citrus, but it doesn't like feel citrusy.
Mountain Dew feels smoother than Sprite. Sprite feels like it has a bite to it.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But let me ask you this: what is your go-to soda?
Fuck, what is it? Man, I think it's turned into Dr. Pepper over the years.
Okay, that's fair.
It's always a mix between like my 1000% go-to is like a mix between Coke or Pepsi.
Mm-hmm.
It really just depends because there's a different taste on both of them.
Yeah.
I really do. Now that I'm thinking about it, I really do think like Pepsi products are just smoother, and Coke products have like some type of bite to them. It feels like that's a weird word to use. I feel like there's a better word.
I agree with you on that because like, yeah, because Coke has more bite while Pepsi stuff like has a sweeter taste to it. It's weird.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah. I know I just like grape soda, but then I'm thinking about it, I'm like,
yo,
I really, really like root beer. I don't know if you like root beer.
I do. I like almost any soda.
Okay. And that's how you know it's
Now I'm
bad.
thinking about grape soda though. Grape soda's fucking great, man.
Oh man, it's so good, especially like after a long day. Just like,
Bro.
mhm.
I completely like as we were talking about this grape soda shit, I completely forgot. Man, I can't think of the fucking brand. I want to say like Nestle or something, man. Some weird fucking brand that made peach iced tea. But you could get it at restaurants. They had it in like the nozzle. I don't know, man. It was so fucking good though.
Peach iced tea. Hmm. Uh, in a bottle you can wait. What did you say?
No, the nozzle where you would like hit the what's it called? It's a soda fountain. There we go. Where you would get the soda from.
Mm-hmm.
We had one that was iced tea, and then the rest of them were soda or water.
Oh, I have no idea.
I can't remember. It's been a lot of years.
Yeah, that's fair.
Shit was good though.
That's fair. I guess. No, the thing that still like blows my mind, just speaking about soda, is like those like brand new soda machines that like mixes the flavors and shit like that. You've seen those, like if you ever if you live in
It's everywhere now.
Yeah, like those things blew my mind. I think the first time I went to go, well, the first time I've seen those was I think at a Five Guys Burgers.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and I saw it. I was like, wait, like you could have like orange Coca-Cola. I was like, what? And it was just like this weird experience I had. But yeah, I mean, either way, I try to like not drink too much soda because obviously it's not good for you. But
what was it? One of the places I used to go, I want to say like 7-Eleven or Wawa. They had the soda fountain before they put the new thing you're talking about in. And they had I think it was 7-Eleven. They had Coke. Then they had an additive cherry that you could put in. So you would hit the Coke, fill your cup mostly up, and then you would add cherry flavoring through another like little pull down thing. And you would pull it down and it would put the cherry in it, and then you would mix the cherry into your Coke and it would taste like fucking cherry Coke. It was so fucking good though.
Okay, that's her. Oh, cherry, like anything is pretty fucking good.
Pepsi, cherry Coke, bro. Yeah, all of it's so good.
It's really good. I was gonna say, what is that like limited? I think I had like Galaxy Coke.
Starlight.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah,
so
I had that. Yeah, it was weird. It was really weird.
It reminds me of vanilla Coke for some reason.
That's what it was. That's what I was thinking of. I was like, it has like a familiar taste, but like obviously it has like other stuff in it, and I was like,
it tastes a little bit like berries too.
Okay, yeah, vanilla and berries. Yeah. All right, we gotta stop talking about soda. It's bad for us. So anything else you do with your week?
I watched almost all of Rick and Morty. I love that show. I'm definitely gonna buy the game now. The Talking Gun game.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I definitely didn't think I wanted to play that before, but now I do.
Okay, I mean, if you're enjoying Rick and Morty, I don't see why not.
No, yeah. The show's so good, man. I was really surprised about it. The new old Destiny 2 raid dropped.
You say the new old raid?
Yeah. So the old raid was called King's Fall, and they, I don't want to say remastered it, but they updated it to look better in Destiny 2. And some of the mechanics got slightly changed. Pretty much the same raid. I don't like Destiny 2 anymore.
Okay.
I went back to play the raid with my friend.
Did you
Trying to
enjoy your
think.
time?
No. So
Okay.
I'm trying to think how to explain it. So the community fucking sucks. I'm sure there's cool people, but
Uh-huh. But everybody else just sucks.
I grab people to go into a raid, and it becomes a problem where, like, we'll explain how to do the raid, because, like, we know how to do it. In this situation, I didn't remember completely how to do it, because I've only done this raid maybe twice. But my friend knew how to do it, taught me, taught everyone else in the room, and we were still having trouble doing it.
So wait, hold on. Does it suck because there are new people joining, or does it suck?
No, it sucks because people don't pay attention
Oh,
when you're telling them what to do, and then when you try to say, like, you're doing it wrong, they, like, cop an attitude, and they're like, it's not me, it's you, and it's like, it's come on, man. Like, can we just play the game and
I think that's
teach you?
that's the thing, is that like some people just don't want to learn. I mean, they just want to
Right,
go
but
in.
I don't want to carry you through, so get the fuck out and I'll get someone else.
No, it's a free game. That's the problem with free games. It's just like you're gonna run into those people that just don't give a fuck.
But this has been happening since Destiny 1.
Okay, fair point.
I've been quite literally carrying deadweight people through raids for.
You would call yourself the Destiny champ, basically.
No, I wouldn't call myself Dado or all these other fucking people that are great at the game. I'm definitely mediocre at best.
Mhm.
But I mean,
But your back hurts from all that carrying.
but I get sick of fucking taking people through who are, sitting here acting like they're better than you. And I'm just like, you're definitely worse than me. And if I consider myself mediocre, you're fucking garbage. Anyways, we made it mostly through it, and it's tiring, man. Like, I made it halfway, and I was like, I don't want to play anymore. Like, in the raid, I'm just like, I don't want to be here.
Yeah,
I don't want to be here because this person's bitching, and
yeah.
I had.
They don't want to work as a team when you're doing teamwork.
And
Okay.
like,
yeah, that I get, because it's like it's supposed to be a team raid thing, and it's just like you're not being a team.
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. I get it.
I had some guy. This always bothers me. We were doing, like, probably the middle of the raid, and one of them was like, this is a random guy. He was like, why don't we switch spots, talking to me? And I was like, okay. So we switched bases. He does my part. And immediately after we fail that part, he goes, well, it's the guys doing the part that I switched into, saying, like, it's our fault now. Like, it's never this person's fault that switched. And I'm like, no, like, I can't do it. Anyways, we kicked those guys, made a new party, did it, like, second try, and I was like, oh, okay, that's weird. Just hate people, man. People are so. It's just, I don't know. I get so, like, it should be bad at someone else, or, like, be willing to open yourself to criticism or something,
I guess, yeah. I guess. I
So
don't know.
Destiny sucks. Don't play it. Bad game.
I mean, I haven't played it. I remember I was thinking about getting into it, but I'm like, I'm so far behind that I'm like, I don't want to. I don't want to.
Yeah. The raid does look good. Going back and playing it feels pretty good, like actually doing the thing itself.
Are you gonna play Buzz Lightyear? What is it called? Lightfall? Is that what it's called?
Lightyear.
Because did you see like the font is like the same thing? It's like almost as close as like, the Lightyear font.
Now I gotta look this up.
All right. What was it called? Lightfall?
Lightfall.
Okay. Are you gonna play that?
Me and my friend talked about it. I don't think we're going to. Oh my god. No fucking way. Oh.
It looks really close.
Hold on. Where the fuck is Lightfall?
Like full light year.
Wow, I can't find the fucking look. There it is. Gross.
You did it.
Dude. That's so fucking... Oh my god. Did someone have beamed this yet?
Yes. Yes. Yes, I think someone's like, I think obviously it's like, copy my homework, but don't make it look obvious. I think that's the biggest one.
Yeah, I'm saving these images real quick.
But yeah, no plans on playing that.
We talked about it. It's problematic because I don't know when was the last time you played Destiny. Did you play 1 at all?
Yes, I remember I got really into 1, but like it took me a while because I played 1 for a good bit on PS3. So that's how dedicated I was for it for like a good bit. But I think when it came to like the expansions and shit, I didn't buy any of them, and it wasn't until I got my PS4 where I actually got like the Taken King version of Destiny, and I just played through like all the expansions and stuff like that. And the Taken
Did you raid?
King. No, not really, because I didn't really want to go online with anybody else to do raids.
Fair. I get it.
But yeah, but Destiny 1 I did play like a good amount, and then when Destiny 2 came out and it was like the exact same thing where it's just like it's this kind of interesting world where everything's all explained through the grimoire, and I just like I don't want to do this shit again.
Yep.
Yeah.
So. So Destiny 1 had DLC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It did not have a thing called seasons, which would bring seasonal content. So Destiny 2's new, fresh idea to keep everybody interested until the next DLC is seasonal content.
Mm-hmm.
Seasonal content comes with free gameplay, and it comes with paid-for gameplay. Most of the free shit is part of the fucking content already, so you really don't need to buy it.
Yeah.
The part of the seasonal is you get a battle pass.
Okay.
Which comes with sometimes okay things, mostly just garbage that you don't need, an emote, some armor. Again, you can just get leveled armor through playing the fucking shit.
Mm.
So every season there's a new, what's it called? Event?
Mm-hmm.
Or I can't think of the name of it. It's a place you go and do a mission. And that is a repetitive mission. You go back and do it again and again and again and again and again, over and over and over and over. And that's it. That's the season. There's nothing else gets added into the game.
So wait, the repetitive stuff, does it give you like better loot? Like the chances to get better loot, or
the loot's already in the game. If you are a hardcore player, you have everything already.
I would imagine
that seasonal thing might come with like a gun, and I don't even think that it comes with new weapons through the season stuff. Usually it's the big content drop, and they've lowered content drops to, it seems like, 1 a year. So Lightfall will be it for next year. This year it was Witch Queen.
Oh yeah.
Which day 1 we beat. Day 2, well, we beat the story, right?
Yeah.
And like story is meant to be beaten pretty quick.
Yeah.
The whole point is this is a, in quotations, MMO. So like we beat the story. After that, we of course went around the world trying to discover things. It's just a very small area. I've been saying for a while, like for Destiny 2, for that type of stuff, like in in these new like worlds and stuff, even in the old shit, what they need to do is make it feel more like an MMO. You need to have people placed inside the world for me to talk to, interact, make a get a quest from, go do a thing, come back to them. Actually, make me interact with the area, not make me go to a planet, kill a guy, go back to the tower, come back, come back, come back, come back. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to fly back and forth. Anyways, they don't know how to content drip properly, I don't think.
Yeah, that's
they
what
give way too little.
That's what I've been hearing about like Destiny and specifically from Bungie is that like, I'm not gonna say they're not trying their best, but their best is not necessarily their greatest. So it's like you said, it's becoming this whole thing where like that's why some players that really stuck with this game and like seeing the new content don't really stay that longer because it's like, oh, it's the same shit all over again. Yep. And it's like I get it. It becomes to a point of just like repetition and just like you just lose any attachment to the game.
Right.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, go ahead.
No. It's just like it's interesting because it's like I remember when this game was announced to be free to play, and it's like that one of that crazy things where it's like a lot of people play this game, but it's like it seems like going free to play didn't necessarily help it either. I mean, I'm pretty sure
they had,
that like
some outrageous number. They were like 20 million people were playing, and I'm like, I don't think so.
It doesn't feel like it.
Maybe 20 million people made an account. I don't know if they play.
Yeah, or like trying to do like the main story stuff and then like not interacting with anything. I think probably just like because like don't you have to make a Bungie account to sign in?
Probably now. Before, I don't think you did. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
It might have like auto made one.
Maybe because I was gonna say like if they had like Bungie account thing, then maybe that's where they like, oh yeah, these people that signed up are playing. It's like, nah, they just signed up. Like they're not.
Yeah, I think it's like an auto thing that's linked to your PlayStation account. Maybe now when you sign in, you have to sign up. But back when I played D1 for the first time, I don't think I did. I think I just made it through my thing.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get Lightfall.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, it
doesn't seem interesting.
Destiny is one of those things where it's like it's a game that like tries to push gameplay over content. And I think that's where it kind of like falters for me personally. It's just like that's why I have no interest in playing Destiny at all because it's like I don't really give a shit about this world.
Yeah.
Like, I know you're supposed to be, like, super cool space Jesus, but it's like... I don't care.
Throwing Bibles at aliens, you fucking bitch!
Yeah, and being like, away, sinner, and it's like, you're just yelling at this weird robot alien thing. I don't know.
That was actually a really good way to put it. The gameplay itself, like, it's good. It's a fun shooter. But the content, and like you just said, like, I don't give a fuck about going to Mars. I just don't.
Anymore.
Like,
I'm gonna see Daddy Elon there. I don't want to go there.
Well, it's just always like they're like, go to this planet. There's trouble. Yeah, there's always trouble, man. Get it?
Yeah. It's just going from point A to point B, and it's just like you've experienced that in every video game at that point. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like they should move on. They should really. Bungie has to do something else.
They should have cut 2 and just made 3. I'm pretty sure they had a plan to do it, and then they stopped.
To make 3, I would believe so because like if they're still pushing out content for 2, then I don't think there's any chance of 3 happening.
No, they said openly that they want to basically turn this back into, instead of Destiny 1 and 2, and just straight make it Destiny again.
I don't know. I feel like they should just move away from it. Create a new IP.
Destiny great again.
Create a new IP. Just make something different.
It's a phone game.
Oh, I didn't hear about this.
I'm pretty sure there's a phone game coming. They're working with Tencent, I think.
As you would
I
for
believe
a mobile game.
either Chinese or Japanese company gave them 10 million.
I would assume Chinese because like the Chinese market for mobile games is pretty on there.
I don't want to say the wrong one. Someone
It's
gave them 10 million
I can
a
only
couple
think
years
of
ago.
I can only think of two. It's either Tencent or NetEase. I think is the other one.
Pretty sure it was 10 cent.
It's probably Tencent.
There's a game they've been talking about for a long time. I don't know if they're still making it anymore because it's been so long at this point. The next game to come out was supposed to be something called Matter. And that hasn't been talked about for a while. And then the last time I had heard anything about Bungie doing something new was it sounded like it was supposed to be a phone game coming. Or not a phone game, I'm sorry. No, it would be a phone game. Mobile game.
Yeah, phone game.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. Weird. Yeah, my appeal for Destiny has just like it hasn't changed. I just like I don't want to do anything with it. I don't want to go near it. Even if it's free to play, I just don't want to deal with it.
The funny thing about the free to play for that shit is like yes, it's free to play. Again, put quotes on that because it's as free to play as going and playing World of Warcraft's free to play version is right now, where you hit level 20 and then you need to buy something. So like you can hit the max level for Destiny, but you still don't have Witch Queen. You still don't have the prior DLCs, you know?
Yeah, I'm about to say because like that's always been like free to play content. Like, Final Fantasy 14 does that as well, where it's like I think you're able to get up to like level 60 as well. But then after that, you know, you gotta pay the subscription, and I think you also have to pay additional for the expansions, I believe.
Yeah.
So I mean, but a lot of people say that those expansions are super worth it because that's also the funny thing is that like that game specifically, a lot of people love the content of that game. Like they love the story for Final Fantasy 14. So it's like they want to put that money into it. And yeah, it's just like, and then what I'm hearing from Destiny is that like there's no content, and it's like it's surprising that it's still going on. But like
I can't believe this game is still alive, man.
Yeah. I don't know.
It also is what's the other game called? Tenno. The Space Ninja guys.
Oh, Warframe.
I can't believe Warframe is still going. Holy shit.
I forget. That is free to play, but like
yeah.
Do they have expansions and shit?
No, you have to buy the character models.
That's right.
So you have to buy the Warframe.
Yeah, and you have currency to buy the other like in-game currency.
I put a couple $100 into that game.
Oh, sweet lord!
I used to love Warframe.
I remember I tried out for a little bit, and I was like, "This is cool," and then I just never went back.
I played for a good fucking year and a half on that game when I first played it because there was so much fucking content in that game to go through.
Yeah.
I got invested in the fucking beginning story. I got invested into the middle and the end of the story at the time, and I went back maybe a year ago to like go and check it out and see what happened. They've added way too much fucking shit for me to care, and it's like really boring.
So you're still a big fan, I would say. Did you play the prequel, Dark Sector?
I watched my friend play Dark Sector.
Okay. You know, it's the same team, right?
He loved it. I didn't care. I liked the glaive thing. That was cool.
Yeah. It's the same team that made Warframe, that made Dark Sector. Yeah. That's why the main character's name I think is like Alex Tenno. So that's why your characters are called Tennos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird. Yeah,
I think the people that are super talented that made the game, but I think the game itself is getting like kind of too old,
kind of stale. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's always going to be like the hardcore fans. I mean, the people that still play Destiny. Even then, like the hardcore fans for Destiny are like, Destiny still sucks, but like they're still playing it. And then this is like the same thing with Warframe. Is that like the people who just constantly play it regardless? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. big MMO games, I don't know if I really can like sink my teeth into because of the fact that it's just like it's just so much. It's just like so much, and whether or not it's actually worth it. But like I remember I really wanted to get into Final Fantasy 14 because I kept hearing how good that story is, and I like narratives, so it's like I kind of want to see how it is.
I love MMOs. I'll never not.
Mm-hmm.
Like when World of Warcraft came out, loved it, played the shit out of it. Dragon's Nest was amazing. That was an anime MMO, and it was so fucking good. Like that one will never leave my fucking mind. No one will ever change my mind. That thing's so good. I wish it was still that good. I think a new company ended up buying it, and like it kind of just went to shit. What's the other one? Oh, Guild Wars, man. Oh my god, I love that game.
But say you see that Guild Wars came to Steam? No, not yes, yeah, Guild Wars. Yeah.
Yeah, I had seen that they did that.
Guild Wars 2,
I don't know. I played Guild Wars 2 when it came out.
Yeah, I heard not great things about it.
I get a little sour when things like this happen. Guild Wars 2 came out. They've made it free to play at some point, and I was just like, "Come on, man! I paid for your shit, bro. Like, can you guys not do this shit? Or at least like when
refund
you do that, like not refund me, but like
or give you something for being
can I get
there?
like a title that says like I bought this goddamn fucking game over my head, pointing at my character?
Yeah.
Like
I remember. I think that was also my case as well when Destiny 2 was like becoming free to play. Was that like I was thinking about like kind of stepping back into Destiny 2, but then that shit was announced. And I was like, okay, good thing I didn't buy it.
Well, the other thing for Destiny 2 is what the fuck was that DLC called? I can't think of the name. Let's just call it DLC 3. DLC 3 came out. They said they were making the game free to play. DLC 4 came out then. We all bought 4. And DLC 3 went free. And we were like, no, we just bought that. You guys are giving it to the fucking people that didn't pay for the game?
That's weird.
Yep. And then DLC 4 went free to play. So we're slowly losing our DLCs to free to play users as the years go on. They're just giving them for free.
Is that still going on?
I have a feeling it's going to happen again, yes.
Oh, that's not
That's
good.
2 DLCs that went free. Well, it is and it isn't. Like, I get it because it's years old at this point. But, like, at the same time, again, like...
Yeah, but
at least
like,
give me a fucking title that's pointing at my character saying, I bought all these DLCs.
I guess I can get it from that standpoint because it's like, because we just talked about this. It's like, I want to play the new thing, so yeah, I guess I'll pay for it. Yeah. But it's like, to make it free later on is just weird.
I actually just got an email yesterday that Blizzard gave me Shadowlands or something for free for World of Warcraft. One of the DLCs, and I was just like,
oh, yeah.
One, I don't want to go back and play World of Warcraft. I'm good.
Okay.
But I was just like thinking to myself, like, I'm sure people are not happy with like getting this DLC given away when they fucking paid, $50 for it.
Yeah. That's weird to make like expansions like free like that. I don't know if like Final Fantasy 14 has done that. I think you said
they don't have a lot, do they? I think they have like 3 expansions, right?
I think 4.
Okay.
I think I could be wrong, but I mean, like I said, I hear they're all really good. So,
well, when your game's not dying, I would assume you would keep your shit not.
Bro, that game is going strong. That they're planning on like reworking the engine so they can bring it to like new consoles and shit.
Nice.
I think it's on. I think it's on PS5. Company. Yeah, I mean, hey man, that's why they gave fucking Final Fantasy 16 to that team.
Yeah.
Because they know how to do polish. Even though like Final Fantasy 16 is gonna be like more like story driven rather than like open world or like RPG. I mean, the story is probably gonna be really good because like how people kept talking about 16 story
driven.
Yeah, they keep talking about how 14's good and this team is doing 16, so it's like that story's and like to be fair, watching that like story / gameplay trailer, I was like really interested. I was just like, okay, this is a really interesting world where it's like medieval shit, but like people fight with like giant kaijus, and I'm like, all right, I'm down for that. I'm down for that. So yeah. Oh yeah, you were talking about Guild Wars. I interrupted you. But yeah, you were talking about Guild Wars 2 specifically.
Oh yeah, it was just about the it went free to play, and I was just like,
give me
it was
something.
A good game. It was a good game for what it was at the time. I enjoyed it when it first came out. And just like everything else, like it becomes saturated with so much garbage. Like they decide like this news story is going to be good, and it's not. And I'm just bored.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Yep.
I get you. So moving away from that sadness to anything else.
Man.
No. It's fine. It's just like I understand it. It's like you're very passionate about that stuff because it sucks to see that the way that it went. And yeah, I get it.
It's basically like them giving up on their game, and you're just like, I don't know. Like they give up, but what money from you?
Yeah, and it's like I do want to support you, but you're not giving me the ability to support you when you're doing shit like this. Yeah. No, I get it. Anything else in the week?
Yeah, I mean, I played Dragon Ball Fighters. I played Kakarot.
Did you beat Kakarot?
No, I gotta slowly go through that game because it's hard because I know the story to Dragon Ball Z so well and Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
That going back and redoing the story again gets kind of fucking boring.
That's what I've been telling you, bro. It's just like that's why I wasn't really interested in Kakarot that much because it's like everybody knows
$60 for it.
I know you did, you fool.
Yeah, of course I'm fucking dumb for doing. You know what I'm saying?
You fool of a took.
You foolish fool.
Yeah.
I gotta go through and play it now.
I'm Goku, you're Frieza. You're telling me I paid $60. You're doing your energy beam, and I'm like, you fool. No, I'm Goku. I'm the one calling you a fool as I'm blasting you down.
You fool.
Yeah.
God.
God damn it.
Goku was so much cooler in Z, bro, than fucking Super. Oh, there you go. I forgot. I've been watching Super.
Oh, how's that?
I hate it.
Ah.
Do people think it's good? Are there people that think this is good?
Some people think it's good.
They think it's good.
Some people I watched a little bit of Super, but I kind of know about the big universe tournament thing that went on. Where Jiren shows up.
No.
But that's the problem with Super has so many problems. And it's weird. It's hard to be a Dragon Ball fan, and I know a lot of people are trying to like stick with Dragon Ball, but it's one of those series where like I feel like it just should have ended. But this is the problem: is that like GT was a weird one because it wasn't technically based off any manga, and then it just went in its own weird direction. So I think
GT was apparently made by Americans, right?
I don't think so. I think it was still Toei. I think it was still Japan that made it.
You sure? Because I heard an American studio did it.
I have no idea. But like I said, GT was so weird that I think it's because they didn't want to really like leave the franchise on that end. They just completely retconned GT, and it's just like, okay, here's this actual like sequel to Dragon Ball Z, but like you said, it's not necessarily that good either. Like it's interesting the concepts of like, all right, here's this universe shit that's happening. We're gonna have a universe tournament where we're fighting different other universes, but then it's just like, it's like, where do you go from there? The problem is with Dragon Ball in general is just like they have to do something that antes up the thing before, so it's hard to do that. And I think now I don't think Akira Toriyama isn't writing Dragon Ball. I think he's just he's supervising because it's being done by different manga artists. He's still doing like Toriyama's like style, but it's kind of being written with under the supervision of Toriyama. It's very weird. It's very weird because it is a manga. Super is a manga. That's why like
I don't know where I heard
GT was American.
Maybe that's like a weird thing I heard when I was like younger, and I just heard.
Maybe. I mean,
It looks like it's made by the same people, like you were saying.
I mean,
it's written by. Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you.
No,
it's written by Japanese.
Yeah, but I mean that intro song was American as fuck. Step into the Grand Tour,
Toy animation. Yep.
Yeah, Grand Tour. Step into the Grand Tour. Dragon Ball GT. Oh, that guy harmonizing is the greatest.
Step into the Grand
Tour.
I liked it. I liked GT, man, and people hated on it so hard.
I mean, hey, the only thing I could take away from GT is that Super Saiyan 4 is the sickest design. It is a incredible design.
Yeah, it was cool, man. Like, and like people had problems with like Shinron being bad, and I was just like, why? It's such a great idea. Like,
I forget how
you can only use the Dragon Balls a limited number of times before they become the Black Dragon Balls.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's how it became that. When they were fighting.
Was not a bad idea because it's like, why would you be allowed to? It hits the nail on the head where like you're told like too much of a good thing is there's such thing as too much of a good thing is what it is.
I think this is also the problem. Now that you're mentioning the Dragon Balls, there's no stakes in Dragon Ball. There's no stakes. Everybody has essentially died, but they've always come back.
Right.
So like all the stakes
you can only be wished back once.
So this is also the problem with Super is that like they've established. Okay, so this was also part of my week, but I'll get to it. I watched the movie. I watched Superhero.
Oh no, I'm gonna be spoiled.
But basically, there is a way to get more than one wish. So it's like that kind of ruins the stakes of anything.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like you said, it's like Dragon Ball has gotten to this weird spot where I think it's kind of like creatively bankrupt at this point.
I mean, they could literally just keep making it fighting, which is all I really cared about.
Yeah.
So I'm at the point where Beerus shows up, and
did you watch the movies? Did you watch Battle of the Gods and Resurrection of F?
Okay. No, I'm on. Should I have? Why is that a precursor? Like a start?
Well, I think Super tries to put Battle of the Gods in show format. So I would say just watch Battle of the Gods and then like skip that whole section and then get to like where the new parts are. Because I think also
Battle of the Gods is part of the show?
Battle of the Gods was a movie, and then that was a movie that happened before Super. So Super is getting to that point. It's weird. You understand what I'm saying? Is that like they put the movie in the show's format. So that's why the episodes are like, here's Beerus showing up. But in Battle of the Gods came out before, so Beerus shows up there.
Oh, so I could just skip to where Beerus is already.
Basically, yeah.
Weird.
Just watch Battle of the Gods. Yeah, that was the problem, is that like Battle of the Gods, I think, was the announcement that Super was going to be a thing. And then eventually Resurrection of F happened, and I think after that was the Broly movie, and now Superhero.
Yeah. So Beerus showing up is fine.
Mm-hmm.
When he shows up, though, at least in the show, Bulma's on a boat for her birthday. Goku's now fighting. He becomes Super Saiyan God through the power of friendship. Mm-hmm. Vegeta's mad about it, but doesn't care. Because he's like, oh, we need to do it for, like, friends. I ultimately miss Vegeta being kind of a dickhead. Where he would be like, where he would go, yeah, but, like, he's not. So, if this was Vegeta, old Vegeta, from, like, Z, he would be like, no, absolutely not. I'm not giving Kakarot my fucking power. Give it to me. I want to be the first one that becomes a Super Saiyan.
Yeah, I think Cell Saga was like the definitive dick Vegeta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then The whole time Goku's fighting Beerus, Vegeta's just staring into the sky and like people are talking to him and he just doesn't move and just keeps staring. And like I want to say like 50% of the episode is Bulma talking to Vegeta staring into the sky. And there's no interaction between the two of them. It's literally just her talking. And I fucking hate it because I'm like, this is just so much garbage for me to watch.
Just watch Battle of the Gods because that takes care of that whole section of Super. I would say just
that doesn't make it better. Make it better. They should just make it better.
That's the problem. Is that like what I've been hearing from the manga is that like it's just not great. It's not good. And the real question is whether or not if Toriyama if he was still writing it, would it be any better? Because it's like it's a franchise that's gone on for way too fucking long. And like I said, there's no stakes at the end of it because everybody could just be wished back. That's it. Even then, like even if it's like one wish, it's like bring everybody back who died, and that's it. Like that's it. Like it's just
everyone back who died, comma. Give me Super Saiyan extra powers, comma.
Make Super Saiyan 4 canon, comma.
Oh man. Yeah, dude. Like seeing him go Super Saiyan God was really like meh.
It was very lackluster.
Yeah, I was like, man, because I do think about that now, like how cool SS4 looks, man.
Yeah,
so
good. I think that's also the problem is that like they just can't do SS4, so they're just like, all right, let's do completely different transformations that seem kind of lackluster and kind of, I guess, make sense in a weird way. Because what I've been told is that like Super Saiyan Red is like for defense, while Super Saiyan Blue is like offense. So it's like, yeah, and then Ultra Instinct is like the combination of all those.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool. Cool. Yeah, it was weird.
Do you remember how he became Super Saiyan 4 in GT?
I think it was during the fight with Omega Shinron, right? No. Or was it Baby?
It might have been, but I know how it goes.
Like, he was staring into the moon, and then he became a great... No?
No.
What was it?
Wait, actually, how did he become 4?
Oh my god, you're telling me no and you don't even remember.
Maybe... I can't remember... Now I do remember how Vegeta became 4, though. Do you remember how Vegeta became 4?
No, that I don't remember.
Bulma made a machine. You remember?
I don't remember the machine.
Bulma made a machine... He went into the machine and became Super Saiyan 4.
Well, that's really dumb.
No, it's not. That's way fucking cooler than me putting my fucking hands together and making Goku go Super Saiyan through. Friends, we're friends.
You have to remember, this is a media for little kids.
I don't care. Fucking put him in the machine.
No. This is like me yelling about Kamen Rider, why can't you kill more people? And it's like, no, it's made for little kids.
No, Goku's not made for kids. I'm an adult.
Yes! It's literally for shonen manga. Shonen means young adult or like young boy.
Your face is a shonen.
Thanks. You calling me young.
I don't know. I don't like Super. I doubt I'm gonna watch the rest of it and hate it more. All right.
Yeah, I think
old man yells at sky.
Yeah, old man stares at sky and yells while talking to Bulma. Yeah, I agree with you on that, but it's weird because, like I said, this was also part of my week where I watched the movies. So anything else you do?
Yeah, I played some games.
What'd you play?
I finished up getting my Shinron glider in Fortnite.
Worth it?
So fucking... It is the coolest fucking thing, dude.
Okay.
When you go to open your glider, which is usually like a parachute or maybe a plane or something, the 7 Dragon Balls spin in the air, allowing Shinron to come out of the balls or whatever magic portal. And then his entire length like wraps around, and then you stand on his back with your feet, and you fly down with him.
That's cool.
Very cool.
That's very cool, Kanye.
I did the raid, Destiny 2, haven't finished it, but, you know, whatever. I played Age of Empires. Oh my god, not Age. I played Dynasty Warriors 8.
Okay, completely different game.
Yeah. I forgot how much Dynasty Warriors was, or how fun it was.
Yeah, you're just hitting people. That's a Muso.
Yeah, dude. I played some character with a boat that he uses to fight. It's really weird, right? But this is Dynasty Warriors, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. All I know is Lu Bu, and that's it.
So this guy has like you know those boats you see in like TV shows where like people have like the rows to like paddle or they row or whatever.
Like canoe?
Yeah, kind of like a canoe basically.
Mm-hmm.
But it's open all the way. It's not like just one person seating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know what they would call those things, like a skipper or something. I don't know. Whatever.
A boat.
So
boat.
A little boat. So like old like Japanese boat, but it's made of metal, and he's holding it over his like shoulder with his like forearm, and it's so cool because like you swing this fucking thing, dude, and just smash it into people, and I'm just fucking like these little fucking like dudes up like pop pop pop.
Yeah.
And then I didn't know there was a heavy attack, and the heavy attack. I don't know how he summons water and he just rides the boat into the. It's so fucking dope.
But I'd say like, what did you say? Dynasty Warriors 8 you're playing?
Yeah.
Okay, because I have it and I just haven't played it. But like, that's the appeal of Muso games. It's just like they're just hit buttons and go.
Oh, dude, it's the coolest thing ever, man.
Yeah,
I had a lot of fun playing it.
It's funny you mentioned that because like the same team that did that also did the Attack on Titan game, which that game plays very different because obviously you're doing like the swinging stuff. It's very very different, but like it still has those Muso elements because you have to fight off all the Titans and shit. It's neat. I remember playing a good amount and I really enjoyed it.
Nice.
Yeah. So Muso, you had fun with Musos?
That shit's so cool, dude. Maybe it's not like couple hours long thing, but like at least one mission every once in a while is definitely cool.
Yeah. I get you.
I love this game. I started playing this game called Sparkle Unleashed. It's just a color matching game. These little balls, different colors, come out, and you shoot a ball to match with at least three of the colors to match, and it explodes, and then it clinks the rest of the balls together, and if the other ones match, it clinks, you know, blah, blah, blah. So basically what you're trying to do is...
it's like a bubble popper, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how to explain this, because this is like... This used to be on, like, old computers.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
It's almost like a snaking ball thing that you would, like, hit. It has power-ups where, like, you can push them back to, like, save yourself more time, or... You get like an explosion hit that you can blow up all the chains and stuff. Dude, I know it sounds silly. It's so much fun.
I mean, hey, if you're having fun with it. Yeah.
This is like my Tetris, basically.
I get you.
That I used to love. Anyways, it's a really fun game. I think I'm on like level 100 or something.
Jesus Christ.
I played so much.
You're invested.
And then I tried Vermintide 2. I hate that game.
Did you play with friends?
No.
Oh, okay.
Is it better with friends?
Yes, it is way better with friends because I played with Wesley for a good bit and we were having a pretty good time.
Okay. I don't know. I didn't really like the movesets. Didn't feel really fluid.
Yeah.
Felt kind of slow.
I mean, Dark Tide looks a little bit better because it's more shooty bangs, but yeah, Vermintide is like...
shooty bangs.
It is shooty bangs. But like, Vermintide is obviously, you know, you pick your class and that's it. That's all you get. Yeah.
That's fair. Played some more Jumanji. Pretty good.
Oh my god.
And I started playing this game called Deliver Us the Moon.
Oh, I think they're coming out with a sequel called Deliver Us to Mars? I think it's the other one?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I had just seen Deliver Us to Mars. And
Let me check out the moon.
I was playing the moon before I saw the Mars thing. Just saw the Mars thing, and I was like, "Fuck!" Now I kind of know like there's a fucking like probably somebody's gonna live through this, and I was hoping there was gonna be a lot of death. So far, not a bad game. Cool idea. You got to go like check why the power outage is going on Earth, I believe.
So what is this? Is this more like an like point and click game, or is it like survival? What kind of game is this?
Shit, I'm getting two of them confused for a second. So far, I don't have a weapon, so I'm not sure if there's any fighting.
Okay. And how many hours are you into it?
30 minutes, maybe.
Oh, so you just touch surface level, basically.
Yeah, I just played it a couple days ago.
It's just gonna turn into Dead Space at that point. Like 31 minutes becomes Dead Space.
Well, I don't know if because right now I believe I'm going to the moon. Because, like I said, I think there's a power outage on Earth, and like something happened, so you need to go like investigate. I actually picked up a piece of paper that said like something on the paper said like this person's way too invested in their work, doesn't actually care about other people. So like I'm already in my head thinking like you're gonna get up to the space station, and the person that's more involved with the work than actual people probably killed the crew, and now is like going insane basically. At least that's where like my head goes when I read something like that. I'm like, oh, this guy's a little nutty. We'll see.
Okay.
So, yeah, Vermintide sucks. Everything else is pretty okay.
Okay. Play with friends.
I'll try it with friends. We'll see what happens.
Okay, because me and Wesley have it on PC, so that's how we played it.
Yeah.
Because what do you have it on PlayStation?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's a difference.
Yeah, I mean Wesley has it too if he has the extra. So.
Oh yeah, I forgot extras. So anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay. So I guess it's my turn now.
Let's hear about that week, yo.
Okay, so so yeah, we talked about Dragon Ball. Well, I watched a couple things this week on the TVs and the Netflixes and some of these other places. One movie I just want to highlight that I haven't finished yet, but has been a fucking trip. Is this Indian movie by the name of RRR, Triple R. It's one of these gonzo. You ever see like Bollywood movies?
Yeah.
It's essentially that, but like if you know the movie Singham, it's like Singham, where it's like crazy, ridiculous action and then like singing musical parts. All I have to say is that like Indian cinema is a thing I haven't like really experienced, and it's just been a trip just going and watching this movie, but I'm not done with it yet, so I still have to watch it. It's really interesting. But what I did actually complete watching was so I watched the Dragon Ball Super movie Broly. I watched Broly first. Fucking fantastic animation. Very it's one of the best things I've seen Dragon Ball wise, because it's like, all right, they made Broly canon again. Gogeta is canon. They did like the two things that I was kind of hoping for to be canon was Gogeta and Broly. And I think Broly is a little bit better in Super rather than Z. Because Broly's whole origin story is like, it's still there where he was sent to another planet because he was like a weird baby thing. Almost like a monster. But at the same time, the reason why Broly's crazy and like doesn't like the word Kakarot I always thought was stupid. I thought it was the dumbest shit where it's just like Kakarot, and it's like it's the dumbest shit. But Super's Broly tries to humanize him a little bit, which is like that's actually kind of nice. And the whole way, the way that they try to introduce Broly is that like it's really good. All I have to say, it's really good. If you haven't seen it, I recommend watching it because it takes place, I think, after where Super ended, the TV show where it took its break. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where it takes place because like it finishes like the universe tournament arc and then Super Broly happens. But it's still really good. The animation style is fucking phenomenal. One of the themes is the coolest shit, where it's just a dude just doing like a chant, but like it's almost like tribalistic, but like just saying Kakarot and Broly. And it's like the coolest shit in the world. He's like Kakarot, and it's like and like you hear the drums and shit. It's like it's the coolest fucking thing. I think I put it up on the Discord. What the theme sounds like. It's really, really cool.
So he still hates Kakarot.
No. It's all a misunderstanding. Do you want me to say it?
Yeah, I don't care. I'll watch it still.
Okay, so basically,
Ruined.
it takes place. The movie starts off with the destruction of planet Vegeta.
Okay.
So they also canonized Bardock, because Bardock's in there. But basically, it's the introduction of how the Saiyans were destroyed. Basically, it's the exact same thing where Frieza and his father came to the planet. Frieza essentially took command over the planet, but because of the legend of the Super Saiyan and the whole, I wouldn't say paranoia, it's just, I feel like more of an annoyance thing. I was just like, this specific civilization is known to be like a great warrior race, and they don't want to be like under the rule of a completely different race of aliens. Like, so Frieza's whole idea is that like these things are eventually going to like bite back. So he's like, I might as well just eradicate the whole situation. So he destroys planet Vegeta. Bardock is able to send Goku off. It also canonizes Goku's mom, so Goku's mom exists. And there's a little like thing at the beginning where the reason why Broly is sent to another planet is because King Vegeta didn't like the fact that Broly's power level was higher than Vegeta's. Because during the you know how like they have that weird little incubation thing for the babies?
Yeah.
So while King Vegeta was with baby Vegeta and they were like, oh yeah, baby Vegeta's power level is pretty good, he was like, why is that baby over there? He just points out at Broly, and he's like, he should be where the lower level Saiyans are. And they're like, well, the reason why we keep him in here is because his power level is insane. It's almost unreadable, and at such a young age, it's kind of 1 in a million. And they were like, it could be a chance that he is the legendary Super Saiyan. So it's one of those things where it just becomes this whole pride thing where King Vegeta's like, I want my son to be the legendary Super Saiyan, not this peasant child.
Such babies.
Yeah, such very babies, much pride. So yeah, he tells Paragus, the father of Broly, that like, I'm gonna have your child sent to another planet because I don't want him here. And Paragus is like, but you're just jealous, bro. Like, my son is more stronger than your son. My son could beat up your son, essentially.
Yeah.
So he sends Broly to like this planet that's like almost uninhabitable. Like, you know how like the whole plans for the Saiyans is to go to every planet and basically take over each of them. So they send Broly to a planet where like there's no like life form that there are life forms, but there's none that is intelligent. There's no intelligent life forms in the planet that Broly's being sent to. So they sent him. Paragus tries to go after him. He gets up to him, and they're essentially stuck there on that planet. So Broly and Paragus are just there, stuck there. So that's how they were able to avoid the destruction of planet Vegeta. Same thing with Goku. Bardock, it was like, I have a weird feeling about this whole shindig. Let me send our son away because I think Frieza's gonna destroy our planet. So he does the exact same thing. All in the meantime, Prince Vegeta and Raditz and Nappa are all on a different planet. That's how they're still alive, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, they got the news that planet Vegeta has been destroyed. So Saiyans are all around and doing their own biz. So how it becomes a misunderstanding is so Frieza's alive. Goku revived Frieza. That's why there's a movie called Resurrection of F. So Frieza still wants to conquer the universe. So he has like a little team of people to go out and explore the reaches of the universe where there might be a weapon to use against Goku and Vegeta. So one of the crews finds Broly, and they find them on a planet, and Broly is like, you know, he's strong, he's a Saiyan, and this and that. So they take Broly back to Frieza. Broly's dad is like, yeah, we'll serve under you. Like, I have no affiliation towards King Vegeta. For all I care, I'm glad he's gone. And then Frieza is like, yeah, you know, he is gone, but his son still lives. And Paragus is like, what? His son's still alive? And he's like, yeah, I mean, if you want to take your revenge, I'm cool with that, but you got to help me out with my quest. And he's like, okay. He's like, but my son Broly is pretty fucking cool, you know? so he's like, all right, I'll help you in our quests. But the only thing is that if Broly goes out of control, that's basically the end of the universe. So Frieza was like, okay, just keep him under control. So
and the dad still uses
the shock collar
on him?
Yeah.
They used that in the old movie, right?
Yes.
Okay,
but it was more like a necklace kind of thing going on.
Yeah,
oh, no,
dude,
I think
I know you said he looks cool in this new one, but I still love old Broly, man.
No, like there's cool aspects of old Broly where he's like demonic in a way. He's like sadistic. Yeah. Like that was the coolest thing, where it's just like he's this all-powerful being, but he's so evil that it's like he can't like keep existing.
Yeah.
But like I said, with Super Broly, it's like they try to humanize him, because it's like, of course, he's like an incredible strong being, but he's all in all, he's still a child, because he was only raised by his father, and his father's sole ambition was to make him the strongest warrior in the universe.
Yeah.
And other than that, like, there's a little moment where, like, so, you know, in Fighters, like, you have Dragon Ball Super Broly, and he has like that loincloth thing. So there's a reason why he has that. It's because it's an ear off a like this giant dog animal thing that he becomes friends with. But one day his dad found out that he was playing around with this thing and shot its ear off. And then after that, the animal never approached him ever again. So he lost his only friend.
Oh shit. So
it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, he's just a kid. He's like, he doesn't understand certain things. Yeah. So there's a whole thing obviously that happens with you know, with Frieza taking Broly to fight Vegeta and Goku. And yeah, basically Paragus is like, I want them to die. I want Vegeta to pay for the sins of his father. And Vegeta's like, all right, bro, bring it on. I'm the prince of all the Saiyans. Well, essentially, he's the king of all the Saiyans now. Yeah. But yeah, they fight. They do the super cool shit. Like I said, it's a whole big misunderstanding. And Goku and Vegeta realize that like Broly's way too fucking strong, so they're like, all right, we don't have the Potara earrings, because that was a thing that happened in Super where I think they lost the Potara earrings. So Goku was like, Vegeta, we gotta do the fusion dance. So they do the fusion dance, and they become Gogeta, and then they become Gogeta Blue, and then they do the sick fight, and then essentially how that ends, they don't kill Broly, but they send Broly to, well, Frieza got all the Dragon Balls beforehand, and basically the crew that found Broly was like, we gotta do something to help Broly. We can't let him die here. So they wish Broly back to the planet that they found him on. So he goes back to the planet, and essentially ends on a happy note where the crew that found Broly go back to the planet to make sure that he's all right and stay with him, be his friends, the power of friendship. And then Goku shows up and he's like, "I like the way you fight, Broly. I think you're cool. You guys like." He looks at the crew and he's like, "You guys can call me Goku." And then he looks at Broly, "But you can call me Kakarot." And then it's just like, that's the movie. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that was good.
He doesn't like Kakarot.
And then he's like, Kakarot. Kakarot.
So I'd assume there's gonna be a second one.
Well, so here's the thing. The reason why I watched Broly was because I was really interested in Dragon Ball Superhero. Because what I've been seeing online is that there's a little thing that has Broly in it. So that was another thing I did. I went to the movies. I watched Dragon Ball Superhero. That's another movie that has a whole misunderstanding thing. I don't know if you want me to spoil it again.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, big spoiler times for Dragon Balls. Essentially,
all the Dragon's balls.
So essentially, they. Oh, so this is also a great thing. Dragon Ball Fighters is canon.
So Android 21 is canon?
Android. Yep, she's canon.
Okay, the pink one.
No, the lab coat.
Okay.
So
why not pink one?
I don't know.
Okay,
but it's still canon. Either way, Android 21 is. Well, Android 21 is based off a real person, which apparently is the wife of Dr. Gero. Yeah, and there's a whole thing in Dragon Ball FighterZ story which I actually want to go through, but what I know is that apparently Android 16 is based off the son of Dr. Gero and Android 21, well, her original human form. So the reason why Android 16 looks the way he is because he's actually based off a person that died.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, basically, Dragon Ball Superhero is revolving around the whole thing about the Red Ribbon Army. They even do, like, a whole thing about, like, the Red Ribbon Army was, like... Okay, so this was the neat thing. This is the thing, is that, like, Dragon Ball is so stupid, but there are moments where, like, it hits, like, the heartstrings of me, where it's like, this is childhood, essentially.
Yeah.
That's why I really enjoyed it. But, like, they did a whole thing where, like, the narrator talks and he's like, for those who are watching this that haven't seen the earlier days of, you know, he's like, there used to be the Red Ribbon Army, and then they talk about, like, the endeavors of the Red Ribbon Army, but they were all defeated by a single child, and they talk about Goku. And then they talk about Dr. Gero and how the androids were created, and, like, how Cell was supposed to be the perfect android, and then they ended up being defeated by a child again, essentially. So Red Ribbon Army exists but doesn't exist at the same time. But the old leader of the Red Ribbon Army's son is he wants to bring it back into fruition. So he gets the grandson of Dr. Gero, who is also super smart and is also able to make androids, but the grandson of Dr. Gero is a weirdo because he really likes like superheroes, like specifically like the Tokusatsu, Kamen Rider, Super Sentai superheroes. So his endeavors is to create basically a protector of justice while working with the Red Ribbon Army. So yeah, they do that whole thing, and mostly this story is based just for Gohan, because this is a thing to establish the fact that Gohan still has the ability to be the most powerful being in the universe. Because that was also a thing that was mentioned in the Cell Saga, was that, like, Gohan has his hidden potential and this and that, and then it just never came to fruition. And then once Z came to a close and then Super started happening, it almost felt like a character assassination to Gohan, where it's just like, Gohan's just doing whatever he wants. Like, he's not a super being.
He's a book learner.
Exactly. He's a biologist. He's a scholar.
Bites lip.
Yeah, but like this was the thing that like they established, is that like it's a story about specifically Gohan, and then with Piccolo, and the whole thing is a misunderstanding because the new leader of the Red Ribbon Army, Magenta, uh,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, Magenta, that's his name.
All right.
The reason why he got Dr. Giroux's grandson is because he believes the Red Ribbon Army was taken down by the Capsule Corp, and because he's like, we have aliens among us, and we need androids now to fight this alien force that is planning to dominate us. And obviously, the alien force he's talking about is Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, Goten, and he's like, we have to do something about this before they try to dominate us. So let's create androids and fight back. Essentially, like I said, whole misunderstanding. So the whole thing is, this is like years after Gohan's daughter Pan exists. So
okay.
Pan is canonized now.
Does she look completely different than what she looked like in the other show?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. I think
Videl looks completely different.
Yeah. Videl doesn't fight anymore, which is sad because I really liked Videl as the fight girl.
She was so cool.
Yeah, Videl was one of my favorites. But essentially, what's the neat thing is that Pan's being trained by Piccolo, so it's like, that's cute. Like they have this whole thing where it's like Piccolo is training her, and he tells her the old stories about like him training her dad, and like she's just like, I can't really see my dad as this big strong guy who fights. It's just, I never can imagine that. And he's like, your dad had the potential to be the greatest warrior.
Now it's your turn.
But he's like, yeah, but your dad's out of training, and like he's busy with his job and this and that. And she's like, oh, okay. So it's cute. That, like I said, it tugs my heartstrings because it's like, we had Piccolo and Z like treat Gohan like shit, and then like he's just being nice with Gohan's daughter. Like, it's so weird.
That's true.
Like, he fucking kicked the shit out of Gohan when he was younger.
I was gonna say, like, he literally like threw him on the ground and was like, "Figure out how to eat. Bye."
Yeah. No, he left. No, he left him on top of that high point. And it was just like, yeah, figure that shit out, bro. I'm out. It's just like, it's so fucked. And then like I'm watching this, and he's just like, he's telling her, it's like, yeah, you can do it. Like, he's like giving her like like he's trying to be inspiring, and it's just like this weird thing where it's like, man, we gotten this far where Piccolo's not an asshole to a child.
Well, it's literally the same thing as like when you are your mother's child. You're your mother and father's child, right?
Mm.
And your parents kind of like treat you with discipline, and then you have a kid and they're the grandparents now. That's what it reminds me of. It's like the grandparents always spoil the child that you had, right?
Yeah, I guess Piccolo is technically grandpa.
He's like grandpa. He is basically Gohan's fucking dad. Let's be real.
Yeah, I know people say like, "Oh, you shut up! Don't talk about Piccolo being his dad." I'm like, yeah, Piccolo's technically Gohan's dad because Goku was dead the entire time. Goku was dead for like a good while, so like Piccolo was the one to like kind of rein things in. Fuck, even Gohan wears Piccolo's gi. Like,
yeah,
it's like, yes, he's going to, like, he learned under Piccolo, so it's like,
that shit was cool, by the way. I completely forgot about that.
I think that's one of the coolest things where it's like that started to hit me. It's just like being taught by the guy who was originally your dad's enemy, and it's just like one of the craziest things to think of. I'm just like, yeah, Dragon Ball had a lot of good ideas, but it's just like it never went anywhere. And like I think now with Super, and especially these movies, it's like they're trying to like do something with them, obviously. But like I said, the manga is not necessarily the greatest. That's where it's going. Like a lot of people are saying that like it's not worth it. I don't know. But anyways, like to the movie is just like it's yeah, basically the whole misunderstanding thing happens. An android goes out by the name of Gamma 2. It tries to fight Piccolo. It goes back to the Red Ribbon Army. It thought it finished Piccolo off, but Piccolo goes off and sneaks into the Red Ribbon Army base and then he overhears their plan to like try to fight everybody who's an alien, and then not bring back, but like use the androids to like fight them. And then they also have like a super secret weapon, which is called Cell Max. And I'm like, oh, Cell's back. So Piccolo tries to do this whole thing where he tries to get Goku and Vegeta back, but they're off in Beerus's little world fighting. And then they found Broly, so they're fighting with Broly to train. But you know,
they bring Broly?
They don't bring Broly to the fight on Earth. They bring Broly to Beerus's planet because they want to train with Broly because he is a strong being. But
What?
Yeah, Broly makes a comeback.
Yo, let's go. Broly is the GOAT.
Broly is GOAT. But they basically explain is that like Broly has no self-control and they want to work on that. So yeah, that's basically their whole little thing. But meanwhile on Earth, Piccolo is still trying to figure out what to do. And then he realizes, oh yeah, I can ask Dende to help me unlock my powers that they did on Namek. Remember how Guru had the ability to unlock Krillin and Gohan's powers on Namek?
Say it one more time.
Guru?
Yes.
The old Namekian, the one in the chair. So he had the ability to unlock Gohan and Krillin's hidden potential.
Mm-hmm.
So Piccolo's like, "Oh, I didn't do that. So I think that actually might help with this whole ordeal with the androids." So he goes to Dende, and Dende's like, "Well, you need the Dragon Balls because he's like, when Namekians reach a certain age, that's when they're able to that's when they're able to unlock hidden potentials." And he's like, "Oh shit!" So he's like, "Oh, you can just use the dragons. You could use the Dragon Balls to ask Shenron to give you a wish." So Piccolo's like, I don't know." He's like, "Maybe I might want to wish for something else." And Dende's like, "Oh, I can make Shenron give you 3 wishes." And then he's like, "Okay, cool." So that's where they established that like Shenron could do 3 wishes. So Piccolo finds out that Bulma has all the Dragon Balls, so he goes to Bulma. Bulma gives him the Dragon Balls, and he tells Shenron, "Unlock my powers." So Shenron unlocks his powers, and he tells him, "I've unlocked what you have and a little bit more." So he's like, "Okay, cool." So then Bulma's like, "What do you want to do with the other 2 wishes?" And he's like, "I don't care. You do what you want." So Bulma wishes for a nicer butt and no wrinkles. So
no.
Yes. So
that's really her wish.
So Piccolo is like, "So wait, the reason why you got the Dragon Balls was to do cosmetic surgery?" And she's like, "Don't judge me." And you're like, "Oh."
She's trying to keep. She got to keep good for Vegeta, bro. He's for very easily
short king eating.
Short king. He's very easily distracted, man. She got to try to keep up, right?
Yeah. Because Saiyans don't age. Because that was the thing they established, that Saiyans don't age for like a good while.
Yeah, they have a way longer lifespan.
Yeah. So yeah, Piccolo goes to fight the Red Ribbon. But it's also another thing that happens where they wanna kidnap Gohan's daughter. They want to kidnap Pan. Because they know that Gohan was the one that defeated Cell, so they believe that he's the strongest. So they kidnap Pan, but Piccolo is the one that does the kidnapping because he does it under the disguise as a soldier. So there's this whole cute little bit where in the beginning, Videl calls Piccolo and is like, "Hey, can you pick up Pan from daycare?" And Piccolo's like, "Why can't Gohan do it?" And Videl's like, "Well, he's really busy with this report he has, so can you do that?" Piccolo's like, "All right, fine." So there, like I said, there's this whole thing where like Piccolo and this other Red Ribbon guy try to kidnap Pan, but Pan knocks the dude out. So Piccolo goes up to her. He's like, "Pan, it's me." And no, not even. Pan is like, "Hey, Piccolo," and he's like, "Wait, how do you recognize me? I'm wearing like this full disguise." And she's like, "Oh, I can sense your power." She's like, "Yeah, I know it's you." And he's like, "Oh, okay." So then he talks to like the teacher. He's like, "Hey, Janet, sorry I'm late." So there's this whole little cute bit where it's just like, no, this is not the first time Piccolo has like picked up Pan from daycare. It's just like it's this little cute thing, like I said. But yeah, but Piccolo tells Pan that like, I believe your dad, his abilities can be unlocked, so you just have to play along with me. So there's this whole thing where he's just like, come with us, let's pretend that you're our prisoner, and then your dad will come and he'll stop these guys. And she's like, okay. So they go along, they do the whole thing of making her a prisoner. They get Gohan, and it's basically established that like Gohan's ability has never left. Like it's always been there. But it just needs a trigger. So they go, they fight the Red Ribbon, they fight the new androids, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. They're cool, they're like neat additions. I specifically like Gamma 2 because he's a very cocky android. But yeah, and then when things are not going well, Magenta decides, all right, it's time to unleash Cell Max. So Cell essentially gets, I wouldn't say resurrected, but a new version of Cell happens, and essentially it's this giant kaiju version of Cell. And Dr. Giro's grandson, his name is Dr. Hedo, I believe, is like, no, you don't understand what you just did. Like, this Cell needed a lot more work. You just unleashed this weapon that like we can't control. So like I said, Cell Max goes on a huge tirade, and Piccolo is like, I guess it's time for me to use my new form. So he turns a little bit lighter green, and then as he's trying to fight Cell Max, no, not even Cell Max, I think he's trying to fight the other Gammas. They unlock something in Piccolo where he turns into Orange Piccolo. That's right. You heard me. Orange Piccolo. I don't know if you're still there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I thought you were too stunned.
That's his
new form.
That's his unlock?
Yeah, that's the thing that Shenron essentially unlocked for him.
When you say Orange Piccolo...
Mm-hmm. Is he orange?
His
yes.
aura?
No, he's orange.
His skin?
Yes. He's orange and he's buff.
I gotta look this shit up, bro.
Okay. He's orange and buff. So then that happens. So yeah, they fight for a good...
What?
Yeah, you see it. Oh, wait till you see Gohan's new form. So that's the other thing. So they fight...
does Piccolo's shirt just rip the fuck off?
No. Like, it's still there. I think he rips it off in the movie. But, like...
Okay.
Anyways, so they fight. Cell Max gets unleashed. So Piccolo and Gohan fight the Gammas, but they tell the Gammas that like you're working for the bad guys, and the Gammas are like, no, we're supposed to be agents of good and justice. But you know, they kind of bring them to the light that like you're working for an organization that kidnapped a child. Like, what good guy does that? So they're like, all right, we got to change our ways. So then they help them fight Cell Max. Basically, everybody shows up later on. Krillin, Android 18, Goten and Trunks, and they do a tease again because Goten and Trunks are a little bit older. They're like teenagers now.
Yes.
So they do a tease where they fuse, but they fuck up, and they turn into fat Gotenks.
Let's go!
So Fat Gotenks is in there for a good bit.
Canon! It's canon!
I mean, it's always been canon. It's in Z.
Was it in Z? I thought that was GT.
No. Gotenks is canon.
Okay. No, I thought...
No, GT...
It's been so long, bro.
GT teased at Gotenks, but they never did it.
Oh, okay.
And then Gogeta showed up, so they didn't really need Gotenks. So yeah, Gotenks is there. I really wanted to see an older version of Gotenks, but unfortunately we didn't get that. So yeah, they fight Cell. Gamma 2 is like, Cell's weak point is at the top of his head. I'm going to try to go all the way up to space and then essentially do a suicide bomb into his head. But the thing is that like, once you crack that head part, he's going to explode. So I need to sacrifice myself. So he does a cool hero sacrifice, and it doesn't work. So they start to fight Cell Max. Krillin tells Piccolo that, hey, don't Namekians have the ability to grow huge because King Piccolo grew huge during the World Martial Arts Tournament during Dragon Ball? And Piccolo's, oh yeah, that's right. So he does Orange Piccolo but huge, and then he fights Cell Max as huge Piccolo. It was cool. I enjoyed it. But everybody's getting beat up, and Piccolo's like, Gohan, you're our only hope. And essentially, they make a reference to the whole thing that happens with Gohan, where you remember how like Gohan snapped during the Cell Saga?
Yeah.
And became Super Saiyan 2. The exact same thing happens where he's seeing all his friends get hurt and essentially almost die because, you know, they're putting a lot of faith into him. So he snaps, and then Gohan gets a new form. I don't know what they call it, but essentially it looks like Super Saiyan 2, but with silver hair, but the hair is even longer. It looks dumb.
I'm currently looking at it. Do you think it's dumb?
It's kind of dumb. It's like almost Ultra Instinct, but with longer hair.
So, do you remember what the difference between Super Saiyan 1 and 2 is?
Power-wise, or like lore-wise, or visual? Visual, yeah, it's just the strand. The bang.
The hair's longer too.
Yeah, slightly. Yeah.
Yep. So, the longer hair doesn't bother me. What I really miss is fucking Super Saiyan 3 length hair. Really love it. It also makes them look really apish. Because it makes the brow line go really like just...
No brows?
Like, yeah. Just like real dumb type of shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love the idea where they get more powerful and less human-like. And more into this like uncontrollable rage monster.
Yeah.
I mean that's kind of what they are.
Yeah, I mean that's what was the fun part about Broly, was that like that movie was just like here's primal at its highest.
Yeah.
So that's what made Dragon Ball Super Broly like really fun, was just like he's just unstoppable. There's a really neat part that happens in that movie where like when Goku and Vegeta realize that they're kind of in a corner, they basically lead Broly to where Frieza is, and then instant transmission away. And like as they're transmissioning away, Goku's like, "Have fun, Frieza," and Broly just beats the shit out of Frieza. Like it's the coolest shit. I have to say, like animation wise, that movie is insane with the budget. It was insane. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, it's dumb, but like it's. I would like to know more about the new form that Gohan got, because it's like it just makes him super powerful, I guess. But
it does look goofy-ish.
Yeah. But I mean, it's Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is goofy overall. But the neat thing that Gohan does to defeat Cell is, what do you think the final attack is?
Father-son?
No. With Piccolo.
Well, no, I thought, oh, great, because Goku's not there.
Yeah, Goku's not there.
Although Goku wasn't there when he did Father-son.
I mean, Goku was there in spirit.
Right.
Yeah.
He wasn't physically there, though.
Yeah, he wasn't there.
So they technically could have done it.
Yeah, they technically, but nah.
Was it little brother Callmeyourmama?
Nah, everybody's all out. It's just Gohan that has to do the final move. All right.
I don't know, man.
All right. Enough teasing. So Gohan does a special beam cannon. Yeah, I kind of lost my shit as well. I was like, yeah.
That's cool as shit, dude.
Do the dad move. You're a real dad.
I told you.
Yeah.
I told you he's this fucking
like I said,
bro.
It's like one of those things, like it really tugs at my heartstrings, because it's like, yeah, this is childhood. This is what I wanted Gohan to be. Is that so like
cool, dude?
He's the disciple of Piccolo, so it's like it was the coolest thing.
He is the product of Piccolo.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, they defeat Cell Max. Unfortunately, Gamma 2 dies, so Gamma 1 is alone. Dr. Hedo is alright. Magenta's gone. He's dead. Magenta is, he's dead. Red Ribbon Army is dissolved. And basically, yeah, that's basically the end of that movie. And I think Super is supposed to start back up after that. Back in Japan, so... I mean, like I said, the manga's still going, but like, I think the anime is supposed to like start back up. But yeah,
I
like
watch these movies. It sounds so cool.
they're really good. Like the movies are way better than the actual anime.
Yeah.
They're way
I
better.
actually don't think I'd be bothered if they just made a couple movies every year, like
Yeah,
two.
like they're way better. Like but that's also the issue is that like, you need to have the understanding of like what's going on in the super universe, because they make a lot of references to like what happened during like the universe tournament, or like
Goku Black isn't super, right?
yes,
Okay.
yeah, yeah, and then that's where future Trunks comes back.
What did he come back for? What part?
Goku Black.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Future Trunks is the one with the jacket that killed Frieza?
Yes, but they changed his design a little bit, which I was like,
Why do they keep doing this, man? Just keep my characters looking cool, bro.
Yeah, and the thing is that like Super Trunks is like not Super Trunks. Trunks
Bro.
Trunks didn't really retain any of his abilities. I don't know. I don't know if this is a weird thing. If it's Super Trunks from, this is the problem with the time travel shit. It's just like I don't remember if it's like Super Trunks from the Android Saga or if it's Super Trunks. I don't know why I keep calling Super Trunks. I don't know if it's Future Trunks. Excuse me. I don't know if it's Future Trunks from a different timeline. Like it's very weird. But yeah, essentially that's the whole reason for the Goku Black arc is Future Trunks comes back because there's a whole thing that happens with the Goku that he turns evil. So, but I mean, he doesn't. I don't know if he goes like super huge again. I don't think he does. Trunks, where he becomes actual Super Trunks.
Yep. So, real quick,
Mhm.
What is your favorite Super Saiyan?
Design?
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Doesn't matter.
God, what's canon or not canon? Because that's the real question.
Whatever one you like.
4.
4, okay.
4 is still one of the sickest designs.
So I think
I
3
mentioned this.
is like probably my favorite.
Mm.
But after you had just said Super Trunks a bunch of times, it reminded me when he fucking went Super Trunks, bro. That they were like, Trunks, are you in there? Like, what is he? What is he doing? And he's like, yeah, I'm here, guys. And then he's like going to fight. And like, they're like, you're more powerful than Super Saiyan. And he's like, I'm Super Trunks. And I was like,
yeah. Same thing with Vegeta.
Dude, I fucking lost my mind. I was like, this is so fucking cool. Like, he looks so fucking badass, man.
Yeah, he's just big, bulky Trunks.
Yeah.
And then, like, you have Vegeta as well. He's like, I've gone farther than any Super Saiyan. I'm Super Vegeta. And it's like,
bro. Anytime Vegeta was like, I think I'm a higher power, Goku's like, yeah, I'm Super Saiyan 2, by the way. He's like, you fucking piece of shit.
Yeah. He's like, how dare Kakarot become higher level than me? And it's like, yeah. I mean,
realistically, the best thing to ever happen to Vegeta is meeting Goku. Because I don't think Vegeta would ever surpass the way that he wants to be, or what levels that Goku hits without Goku.
Yeah, because the whole situation during the Frieza saga was that, like, Vegeta kept saying that, like, I'm the legendary Super Saiyan. And then Goku becomes Super Saiyan. He's like, no! But
which,
even
by the way, him calling himself Legendary Super Saiyan and then them making that movie with Broly and explaining that his father wanted to get rid of the Legendary Super Saiyan kind of tracks and makes it seem makes more sense that maybe like his father was always like, you're the Legendary Super Saiyan kid, so then he just always thought he was.
So this is the interesting thing about Super as well, you know, making Super kind of interesting. They established that there's a Legendary Super Saiyan. They already established that. They establish it because in the universe tournament arc, they have another universe with Saiyans in it, but these two Saiyans fuse with the Patara earrings, and they become the Legendary Super Saiyan. So it's a fusion of two Saiyans that become Legendary Super Saiyan, and it's a female Super Saiyan. So that was interesting. Yeah. Kefla, I believe, is the name of the character.
I have her now on Super Fighters. I don't know.
Super Fighter Z.
Super Fighter Z.
So yeah, like they established that fact. But I mean, yeah, like you're right. Like if it wasn't for Goku, Vegeta wouldn't be pushed to do more.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think as well. Like when Vegeta dies, when he gets shot by Frieza, like through the heart, and then he's like crying to like Goku. He's like, "You're the best of us," and it's like, I'm like, "Oh man!" Then Goku's like, "Oh, Vegeta," and it's like, yeah.
Your Vegeta voice is like the best satire.
I've been really trying to do a Vegeta voice for a good while because like there are some people that do a really good Vegeta voice.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying my best out here. Yeah. But yeah, like those movies are super fun, and I think the other thing about superhero is the animation is done in 3D.
Okay.
But it looks really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks crazy. How like it's obviously 3D, but like the models just look really fantastic. Like there was not really a moment where like I was taking out of it. I was just like, oh, that doesn't look good. Like it was just really well done.
I'm really excited to watch this now.
Yeah, I think it's still in theaters. So
what do you think was better, that or the Dragon Ball live action movie?
Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me?
Are you sure? Maybe Ong is better. Is that one?
Stop. Stop trying to hurt me. So yeah, really good movies. I recommend watching that Broly movie.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to now.
Yeah, the Broly movie is really, really good. But I would say watch the other movies as well. Watch Battle of the Gods, then watch Resurrection of F, and then watch Broly. Resurrection of F is pretty good. There's one theme that's really fucking good, and it's when Frieza when Frieza comes back, they play like this heavy metal song. It's the coolest shit in the world. It's just for Frieza. It's really cool.
So I have to watch this shit, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is that like it's goofy because they brought back Space Hitler. Like Frieza's just back because Goku needed him during the tournament arc.
Wait a second.
Mm-hmm.
Resurrection of F?
Yeah. Are you just realizing that Resurrection of F means Resurrection of Frieza?
No.
Oh, okay.
Space Hitler, bro. I've watched this. There's no way, because this is new.
Yeah.
Is this old? How old is Resurrection of F?
When did it come out?
Did Trunks have a movie?
God,
now I gotta look up the Dragon Ball movies.
Yes and no. Resurrection of F came out 2015. Yeah, a sequel to 2013's Battle of the Gods.
A sequel to it, so it's not something I've watched because I never watched Battle of the Gods. There's a movie. I can't unless it was in a TV show. Frieza comes back and Trunks kills Frieza. Remember when Frieza had all those pieces put onto him? He was like...
That was in the show.
That was the show?
That was in Z, yeah. That was the establishment of Trunks.
Okay. And Trunks like slices and dices him, right?
Yeah,
and then blows him up.
Yeah, basically to establish the fact that like this guy that you were so worried about during that arc, yeah, he's like nothing to this new character.
Space Hitler was in that.
Yes.
So Hitler comes back again in the resurrection? Yeah. Why? Why do they need him again?
I forget because like I think like an old, remnants of the Frieza military get the Dragon Balls and wish for Frieza to come back. That I remember. They wish for Frieza to come back, but in Super, after they defeat Frieza again... Or wait, did they defeat Frieza again? I don't remember. Yeah, they defeat Frieza again. In Super, because Super leads up with, afterwards, with that whole universe arc, Goku revives him. Because he's like, we need somebody who's super strong. You know who's super strong? Frieza.
I don't know why people would ever put their fucking money on that, dude. He's so
No, because
mad.
because even in fucking Super, Vegeta's like, why the fuck did you bring him back?
They're like
Like,
you
this
should probably
asshole-
wish for another guy.
This asshole killed everybody in their old homeworld. Like, he killed your parents. He killed my parent. Like, he killed a billion people. And you decide to bring him back because you think, oh, he's super strong? It's like, what makes you think he won't go back on his word? Like, later on, and then that's what happens is that, like, after they finish the tournament, Frieza goes off, and then that leads to Broly, where Frieza's, like, trying to reconquer stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing, is that, like, Frieza is such a evil villain, but it's like they haven't done anything better than Frieza. And personally, I'm someone that likes Frieza, but I'd like to sell a little bit more. But it's
DC had a movie.
Yes, I think it was like the great grandson of Goku.
Oh shit!
Right? All right.
No, I don't think so. Maybe it is. It's called A Hero's Legacy, though.
I all I know is that they did something where they try to establish, I think, like Pan's grandson, no, like great grand.
Oh shit! Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like I do remember something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Fucking Frieza's a fucking retard, bro. I don't know why they bring that guy back.
Goku's a fucking idiot.
Right?
Yeah, that's where they establish that Frieza can go even further beyond. And I think this is also where they did the new voice actor for Frieza.
Ew.
No, but here's the thing: is that like he's good, and it's unfortunate because he passed away. So they got a new voice actor for Frieza later on, who kind of does a similar voice for Super. No, but even then, I think for the new, because you remember that there was a thing called Dragon Ball Z Kai.
Yeah, that was like the redoing of the old stuff.
Yes, so basically it was the pace of the manga. Because you remember how like the original show had so many filler episodes?
Mm-hmm.
So this version of Kai was supposed to edit down all those things and take out the stuff that wasn't necessarily needed there. So it's a shorter version of Dragon Ball, but it's remastered, but I think they use the music from the Japanese version. So like yeah, it's interesting. But I believe that's when they established the new voice actor for Frieza. So Frieza got a new voice. It wasn't the original like smoker chain lady who was doing Frieza's voice. He was very good. Fuck, what is his name? Chris Ayres, I think his name was.
The one that did the voice in Kai.
Yeah, he was really.
It sounded like a few people's voices changed in Kai, and I didn't like it at all.
Gohan's voice changed. I remember. Yeah.
I don't like the new Frieza's voice, to be
honest.
100% honest.
That's fair. I mean, I like it. You know, like I said, it's a shame that he passed away.
No, yeah, that is definitely, but.
But yeah, but what you grew up with is the chain smoker lady.
Yeah, bring back chain smokes, please.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, you freeze it. It's like, all right.
I'm here to destroy apes.
There you go, you got it. So yeah, Dragon Ball movies, very good, very fun time. Nice. I would recommend watching them. I can give you a certain way to watch it, so don't worry.
I already have it. You sent it to me.
Okay, cool.
Thanks, man.
No problem. But I would say watch the other ones too. Watch
yeah, no shit. I'm probably gonna binge that motherfuckers tonight.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, after hearing all that, I'm pretty stoked. So
yeah, if Dragon Ball Super is still in theaters, I would say go watch it.
Yeah, for sure.
Superhero, excuse me. So the other movies I watched, were the other things I watched. I watched The Nice Guys featuring Russell Crowe and Ryan Gosling.
Nice.
It was good. I enjoyed it. I like the whole plot where it's like kind of a comedy noir film.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
It was good. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I watched a documentary about John McAfee. called
John McAfee.
McAfee, excuse me, not McAfee, excuse me, McAfee.
Yeah.
Called Running with the Devil on Netflix. It was a wild ride. That's all I can say about that.
That dude's a fucking psychopath.
Oh yeah, dude. When they talked to like the camera guy, he was just like, "Yeah, I didn't feel safe with him. He was doing a lot of drugs."
That's when he was like in the, I think it was the Philippines. It was something like that, though, right?
Yeah, he was like traveling like to different places. But yeah, if you don't know who John McAfee is, you probably heard of his antivirus software. It's essentially the guy who did that.
McAfee.
McAfee.
Mac Cafe.
Mac Daddy. But yeah, I recommend watching that documentary if like you haven't seen it. But wild fucking thing. Today I just finished Wes Anderson's newest movie, The French Dispatch. Well, it's not new, but it's his newest film that he did. I really like watching Wes Anderson movies. They're just a good time.
It's called The French Dispatch?
The French Dispatch. Yeah. You ever watch a Wes Anderson movie?
Probably. I don't usually know those names.
Okay, so did you ever watch what's his well-known one?
On Elm Street?
No, Grand Budapest Hotel, Darjeeling Unlimited, Bottle Rocket,
nope.
Isle of Dogs, Fantastic Mr. Fox. Shit, what was the other one? Hold on.
Who the fuck made Nightmare on Elm Street? I thought that was Wes Anderson.
Wes Anderson?
Yeah.
No, that's Craven. Wes Craven.
Oh, same thing.
Different person. Anyways. You've probably seen a lot of his movies like somewhere, like being referenced or something. But yeah. Bottle Rocket, Rushmore, The Royal Tenenbaums, Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou, Moonrise Kingdom. Yeah, basically that. Oh, we had another one called Asteroid City. Anyways, so if you don't know what a Wes Anderson movie is, his movies are very hipster-ish, but they're not bad. Like, they're enjoyable. If you ever seen any of his movies, he has a very specific way of filming where everything is like incredibly symmetrical. And it's just interesting in the way he just directs the movie and just like how the camera flows and stuff like that. But this movie, The French Dispatch, is essentially I wouldn't call it like an anthology, but it's like different little mini stories, all based in France. Like they're different stories that an American French newspaper is like trying to put in their latest issue. So they're going to like I said, like different stories of like what to put in the paper. One of them was like Owen Wilson just riding around describing France. Another one is Tilda Swinton describing this story about this prisoner in a French prison that's considered to be one of like the greatest minds of like modern art. Another one is Frances McDormand having a relationship with Timothée Chalamet, about how he is like a college student who wants to start a revolution. And then the final one was shit, I forget this actor's name, but he was an actor in Westworld, where he talks about his dinner with the police commissioner, how it turned out that like it was supposed to be like this interview thing about like food and stuff like that, because one of the cooks is like a cop, and then it just like becomes this whole crazy kidnapping caper where the commissioner's son gets kidnapped, and like they do like this whole chase thing. It's a very fun movie. I really recommend watching any Wes Anderson movies, but the movie I would recommend the most, I would have to say, is the Grand Budapest Hotel. It's a very, very good movie. But yeah, I also saw the Royal Tenenbaums. That's also really fun.
Yeah, I'm looking through his movies. All these things are pretty much. All of his movies are pretty much on like Netflix, HBO Max. Like,
oh yeah, I think
it's very easy to watch all this shit.
I think I saw Grand Budapest Hotel on IMDb free. You know how like IMDb has
Grand
like
Budapest is on HBO Max.
okay, so yeah, there you go. I would say what
French Dispatch is also on there too.
Ooh. But yeah, I already watched it. I plan on getting like the Criterion Blu-ray version of Grand Budapest because I want to see it in nice clarity.
He's a director, right?
Wes Anderson, yeah.
He directed Sing and Sing 2.
Wes Anderson?
It's on his fucking list, bro.
Really?
It's on his list.
What?
Unless he didn't. I'm just saying it's on the list of shit he did.
No.
Directors. No, it doesn't say his name. Why is it on the list of movies? I typed in Wes Anderson movies, and underneath there's Sing and Sing 2 for some reason.
Not West Anderson, Wes.
Wes. Yeah. W-E-S.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because I'm looking at his Wikipedia, and it's just the shit that I named off. Sing and Sing 2, that's weird.
I would assume he didn't do them, but
I don't think so.
I just saw them in there and was like, what?
Because, like I'm saying, I'm like, no, there's no fucking way he did those. Because, like, if you've seen his movies, it's just like...
Oh, it looks like he was an actor in Sing.
Oh, he did, like, a voice or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was an actor for Sing 2.
Okay. I can't understand that. Yeah, okay. Because
I
was like,
so
what?
Confused.
I was like, this is
bro,
weird.
If he directed it, I would have lost my shit.
That would be fucking weird.
This Bottle Rocket movie looks really good. I'm gonna watch that definitely.
Yeah,
and you recommended Grand Budapest, right?
Grand Budapest, Royal Tenenbaums is also a good old time.
Okay.
I really enjoyed Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou. This is a weird thing, is that like any Wes Anderson movie with fucking Bill Murray is like Bill Murray like really tries.
Bill Murray's great.
But that's the thing, is that like if you see Bill Murray in like any other things, it's just like he's kind of just like phoning it in. But with Wes Anderson, he's like really going at it. Like he's very good. Steve Zissou is like the one where he really like shines because that's a movie. He's a titular character.
Did you watch Isle of Dogs?
Yes.
Okay. That looks interesting. I'm gonna definitely watch that.
Yeah, it's stop motion, I believe.
Yeah.
That was the one weird one from Wes Anderson, but even then, like,
but it looks really like Japanese based. So.
Yeah, it's all based in Japan, but like it's directed by Wes Anderson, and like he even if it's stop motion, he still has his way of like directing the camera.
Right.
Very good director. Like I said, watching his movies is like. It's like a candy that you like we talked about how we have like all our junk foods that we want to like we can always go back to. But that's the thing, is that like his movies aren't necessarily junk food, but there's something that is enjoyable. It's like it should be junk in a way because of like you just want to consume more. Very good director. And then besides that, I saw an anime called on Netflix called Kotaro Lives Alone. Because right now I'm waiting for the next episode of Uncle from Another World. But I basically watched the entirety of Kotaro Lives Alone. It's a very kind of wholesome story where it's like a slice of life about this like 4-year-old kid who's like living alone in an apartment complex.
Gotcha.
And basically each episode is like supposed to be like a message behind it where, you know, it's basically like traumas that happen to like certain characters where like the kid kind of like helps them like go through their traumas, but at the same time the kid has like a weird perspective on things because obviously he is still a child. There's a little thing that I kind of disagreed with him upon, where this one character, his neighbor, has like an abusive boyfriend, and she decided to break away from that relationship, but the guy found her, and essentially she has like a bruise on her face, and she's like, I think I'm gonna go to the police and stuff like that. And the little kid is like, I don't think you should go to the police because I think that won't solve anything, and that'll just make him a even worse person. And I'm like, no, she should go to the police.
Yeah.
Get out of here, little kid. Get out of here. But yeah, even then, like, she goes to the police, and but essentially it doesn't work out, so she moves from the apartment and she's going off somewhere else. Yeah, like I said, it's like each character has like their own weird little trauma or like little thing they have to kind of overcome in a way. But yeah, it was okay. Like I said, it was okay. And then yeah, that was basically it for what I watched. And then yeah, I'm waiting. This Wednesday is supposed to be the next episode, the newest episode of Uncle from Another World on Netflix, but yeah, I'm gonna have to wait until then. I tried watching the first episode of another anime series called Kengan Ashura or Kengan Asura, something like that. I remember Ono from our Discord was talking about this thing because I mentioned the anime Baki, and it's essentially this martial arts anime. And he was saying, "Oh yeah, this other one is pretty good." And I was like, "Okay," but I didn't finish the first episode. But yeah, I really like Baki. But that's just me. So yeah, that's pretty much for stuff that I watched, movies that I watched. Recommend the super movies. And after that, I didn't really play anything. I've only played I played like 3 things. I played a match of Fortnite. I did solos. I'm ashamed of myself. No response because he knows.
Wasn't fun. And you didn't message me?
No. Because there was a part of me that I'm like, so you mentioned that I thought about like getting someone to come in, but I'm like, no, I just want to see how it is. Because I was gonna like ask you, I'm like, is there any way for me to get the Goku skin like by not paying for V-Bucks?
No.
Okay, so I have to pay V-Bucks for the Goku.
Yeah.
So does V-Bucks? You can't get them in game, right? Like you had to pay for V-Bucks.
If you buy the
Battle Pass.
yes. But that would only give you, if you finish a battle pass, you get as many V-Bucks as you put in, which is $10 worth. So it's not like it's gonna give you more.
Oh, it's not gonna
you get enough to buy the next battle pass, basically.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's not gonna work out to get the.
If you buy the single player version, which is, I can't remember the name of it honestly right now. There's a single player version of Fortnite that's what Fortnite was supposed to be originally.
Yeah. Dude, I remember the original concept of Fortnite. We're supposed to be like this tower defense thing.
Tower defense?
Yeah, it was supposed to be like this tower defense thing. That's why it has the building implementation stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of what like the single player is basically. You're fighting against hordes of zombies, basically.
Okay.
So you can get V-Bucks in there by playing through the story. And then, I don't know if they do it anymore, but back when it came out like a long time ago, every day you log in for a week, you get 150 points. And then every month you log in, you get 350 points.
So basically what you're telling me is that I gotta put money down for Goku? And
at some point you gotta put money into it, yeah.
Damn it.
I don't think it's worth it. Like, if you're not going to play Fortnite, it's not worth it.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Also, now that the Goku skin's in there, it's always there. Eventually it'll be back. You can buy it again. Same thing with Naruto. All that. I was about
to say, like, so what happens to the skins that are like promoted heavily, and then the next thing comes out? Like, are they still there, or they just leave?
They rotate. They'll be back in the store eventually. Anything that's in a battle pass, though, it goes away. Once it's gone, it's gone. You can't buy it. Nothing.
So Indiana Jones is leaving, basically.
Was he in the season?
I think he is.
I think he was last season.
Or I don't know.
I don't know. If he was in and he's gone, then he's gone.
Okay. Because what was the other thing I was seeing? Is that like apparently they have like a.
I think you could have bought Indiana Jones. I don't think he was in the battle pass, so he would be back.
I have no idea, but I was seeing that apparently they have a subscription plan now.
Yes,
that's weird.
I believe it gives you the battle pass and a character exclusive to the subscription. So you have to subscribe, like call it $14 a month, and you get a character that nobody else gets unless they're also subscribed, and like their pickaxe and whatever else, and then you get the battle pass as well.
Okay. Yeah, because I was seeing for the subscription stuff that like you get characters. I think one of them is like Wolverine.
It's not Wolverine. It looks like him.
It looks like Wolverine, but it's not Wolverine.
Yeah, the guy has like an eye patch. It's not him.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, anyways, it looks really weird.
Anyways, I played one match of solos. I Callmeyourmama.
Oh my god, I hate it.
I did all the Callmeyourmamas.
I love Ong.
Oh, wait until that comes to Fortnite. Oh, we were talking about Destiny. Did you see the Destiny skins in Fortnite?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't buy them, and I won't.
Okay. So yeah, I played the solos. I got to 11th, I think. Thanks.
That was really
thanks. No, because it's like I was playing and I'm playing with these people and I'm like, I think I'm playing with children.
You probably are.
But I lost obviously because I started to get like anxious because I was like, oh god, like I'm down to like almost near the finals. But I fucked up because I forgot that triangle gets your pickaxe. It doesn't switch weapons.
Yeah.
So I fucked up there and that's how I died. It's because I fucked up my buttons. But yeah, like I was playing it and like the movement feels better in the game. Like just exploring around actually feels way better. Like it's alright. Fortnite's okay.
Oh, you can slide now. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing, is that like the movement for that, I was like doing the slides. I'm like, that's actually pretty good. Like it feels pretty alright.
Yeah.
I saw John Cena was in there. But you know, if I have to put money down for the Fortnite skins, then nah. Because I was hoping that like, oh, maybe I can get Goku by not paying for the V-Bucks. But what you just
only thing you could get for free was Shinron the glider.
Yeah, so I'll probably just be working towards that, if anything. So
It's
I'll probably
gone.
It's not there anymore?
It's gone.
I thought they finished like for the 15th.
No, the glider had like 7 hours left 7 hours ago.
Oh shit. Alright, well. I guess I'm uninstalling Fortnite.
I'm sorry, man.
That's okay. But I'll probably keep playing. But the Goku skins are still there?
Yes, those you can still buy.
Oh. Damn, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. But
those don't ever come back, right?
The Goku
like
skins.
The glider and like that shit.
No, that was a event, so that'll be gone.
Gotcha. So yeah, I played a match of Fortnite. We watched the Gamescom thing, so there was that, and Lords of the Fallen was announced. Well, the Lords of the Fallen happened, so I decided to play Lords of the Fallen on PC.
Oh no, how did that go?
So I didn't get that far. I beat 2 bosses. Lords of the Fallen is interesting because of the fact that it was one of those early Souls games clones, where everybody was like, this is just a Souls clone. But it does a lot of different mechanical stuff. Obviously, it still does the whole get to a checkpoint, this is your reload spot, fight the bosses, and basically level up, you know, as any Souls games do. But it tries to do some things differently, where it tries to give you 3 different classes that you can play. You play Knight, Rogue, or Crusader, I think is the other one. Um, I think those classes give you the ability to choose like the specific weapon that you want. So like I think for Templar you get like a shield and a hammer. Rogue or yeah, Rogue is like dual knives. And then for Knight Warrior, I forget the class's name, but like they gives you like a sword and a shield, I want to say. But either way, um, after that, you get to choose your your specific magic thing you want. So you can have either like a healing or a trickster like thing or a full on power thing that you want with magic. Where like the based on what you choose gives you like a stat boost or like something that you activate to like I said to give you like a boost or something. Um but you don't have a create a character. Your character is a character based in that world. Um and how it starts off is kind of interesting. Like they try to do a little bit of like lore like this setup. They try to set up the lore where like this world is like ridden with monsters and shit like that, and there's like this giant hand that's sticking out that's supposed to be like a sleeping destroyer that you might fight. Um and your character is a prisoner that was released and now he has to fight this destroyer. And yeah, it's very generic, like high fantasy, medieval fantasy setting. Um, but like I said, with the gameplay, it tries to do a little bit. It tries to do something different where they give you like a projectile thing, a projectile gauntlet that's supposed to act like a gun, which is very weird. Uh, yeah, it either gives you like a blast, projectile, or explosive. I barely use it because I don't really see the purpose of it. Like they just give it to you and then never really explain that like here's this for specific situations, and it's like never ran into that. Um and when leveling up, it gives you two options. Either you can keep all the points that you want, and as you build up more points in stock, you get the ability to have better weapons and better gear. Or you can choose to bank that stuff in the checkpoint, and the checkpoint allows you to distribute the points to either getting more points for your spells or more points for your attributes, either your strength, health, endurance, stuff like that. So you can choose like what you want to do with those points. So there's a lot of risk and reward for that aspect where it's like if you have a shit ton of points, you can have a chance of getting better gear, but if you die, you have to go back, try to grab your souls, but you're on a timer essentially.
Huh.
So there's, like I said, there's an interesting aspect to its risk reward thing where with Souls games it has that risk reward shit, but like it doesn't really play into any effect of like getting gear and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
The only criticism I can say is the combat is very, very slow. It's very clunky. Is it a bad thing? Not necessarily. The only thing that kind of drove me insane, because I tried playing this game on PS4, but that game runs only in 30. So the game tries to do this thing where it tries to show that it has some impact to like all these slow hits. The camera starts to tilt like as you're hitting an enemy, and it's like this almost disorienting thing where on the PS4 version it actually started to make me nauseous. So in 60 it helps a little bit more because obviously with more frames, you know, it doesn't look like it's juddering during 30. But there's no way of turning that off. So that's unfortunate. But like I said, the combat itself is like it's very slow, it's very clunky. sometimes I just felt like, goddamn, like the animation to like hit somebody takes like fucking like 5 seconds to like actually make contact. Like it's very weird why they made that design choice. I think because of the fact that like Dark Souls 1 was a little clunky, but it wasn't like that insane. Because this came out like, I want to say maybe before Dark Souls 2. I want to say, but yeah, this was like the early versions of like Dark Souls or Souls like clones. But yeah, I'll probably keep playing it. Like I said, I beat 2 bosses already. I'm not really too interested in the story, but just like the game mechanics are just interesting. Where I just like to see where it goes from there, and if it gets harder, I would assume it gets harder because Souls games. So yeah, that's what I'm saying is that like I would like to see, because I've never really played any like Souls-like clones. And obviously with the whole announcement of the Lords of the Fallen, I would like to see another person or another studio's take on that formula, just to see if they were able to replicate it well enough. Because that was also the unfortunate thing about this game, was that like a lot of people were bashing on it, because of like calling it unoriginal and this and that, and it's just like not many people gave it a chance, so I'm trying to give it a chance, at least. Especially at 60 frames per second, because that 30 frames with that fucking camera shifting shit was just nauseating. It was so bad. It was so bad. And then, yeah, I think it's also by the same studio that did The Surge, because that's also another Souls-like game, but like you're fighting against like weird cyborg people. I want to check that out eventually, because they do a DLC in the first game where it's like the Wild West. So yeah, eventually I'll work my way to that. But nothing beats Elden Ring, which is another game that I want to go back to, which I kind of have to if that game ever does DLC. Because I essentially fucked myself over. Because I am like new game +4. So if that DLC ever shows up, I'm basically fucked, because it's like New Game Plus on any Souls DLC is the toughest shit. So I might as well go back, do all the shit over again, and try to get as close as to what I had in my original playthrough of Elden Ring. But I'll get there when I get there.
Elden Ring was so good, by the way.
Elden Ring is so fucking good. Oh, it's fucking my game of the year still.
My friend got. Sorry, I just was thinking about this. He got caught on the 2 gargoyles, I think he said.
Okay.
And he's like, fucking kill one, and then the brother shows up, and it's fucking bullshit. I'm like, how long have you been doing this? He's like, 2 weeks, and I'm like, yeah, have fun for 2 more weeks, kid.
That's the thing, is that like it's one of those games where like I tried to like go at certain bosses and stuff like that, but when I realized that like it's too much for me, I'm like, all right, I gotta go look somewhere else, and then maybe level up a little bit more. But like once you get to the end game and once you finish all the bosses and all that shit, doing New Game Plus, it's a fucking cakewalk. Like it's crazy how easy it is when you do New Game Plus, but then obviously when you do Plus Plus and Plus Plus Plus, it's just like a different story where it's like enemies obviously hit harder. So that's basically the whole gist of that. But if your friend keeps playing, wait until he gets to Millennia. Millennia is like the hardest boss. I thought Radon was hard. This bitch is ridiculous, because she heals after she hits, and she has a second phase after you finish her first phase. So it's like, goddamn. Yeah, Elden Ring is going. Elden Ring is fucking great. But a game that I did finish, and I plan on getting all the trophies, and I still probably will update next time we do the podcast. Hopefully by then I have everything done. I got one of the endings for Cyberpunk 2077. So I guess this is spoiler time for Cyberpunk. Because you don't care, right?
No, I've watched everything about Cyberpunk.
Okay, so gotta clear my throat. This is gonna be a long one. What do I have to say about my Cyberpunk experience? Okay. I think the one thing I give credit to CD Projekt Red is that they're able to do a good job with establishing a world. They're good at that. Because they were really good at that with The Witcher. Cyberpunk, like, mechanically, is still a buggy ass mess. And I'm playing like the latest patch on PS5. It's a fucking mess. Not as bad as before, but there were moments where like I had a couple bugs, but the biggest one that almost made me like quit was a progression bug where it's basically spoilers. I don't know how far you got, but there's a character by the name of Takemura that you team up with that essentially wants to take down the Arasaka head guy because he killed the person Takemura was supposed to take care of, obviously the father, Saburo Arasaka. And essentially you work up to that point in the main mission of like Takemura being like, all right, I'll call you when to let you know that I'm ready. So I'm like, okay. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go do side missions and other stuff like that. And then I'm doing side missions, and you know how the game has like time lapse where like time is a factor in that, where like you can skip time and shit like that.
Right.
So I'm playing the game, and I'm like, it's gotten to a point where it's just like, when the fuck is Takemura gonna call? And it's been like a couple days I've been playing the game, and I'm like, Takemura hasn't called. I'm like, how long is this supposed to take? So I kept trying to skip time, and nothing would happen. Takemura wouldn't call. I would try to call Takemura, and nothing would happen. So I'm like, this is fucking weird. So I'm looking online, and I'm like, is this an actual bug? And I was seeing that, like, yeah, this was a bug in the original patch of the game where Takemura just wouldn't call. And it's just like, oh, fuck. Am I fucked here? So then, I was seeing this Reddit post of, like, someone trying to help out this other person that got to this point. Basically, this person was able to find a workaround where he was like, you want to go to the Badlands, like you want to be away from the city, and then wait outside in the city, and then you get Takemura's call. So I was like, what the fuck? So that's what I did. I went away from the city. I went to like the desert area, skipped time, and I got the call from Takemura. And this was like 2 days after that whole thing. In my time, in my actual play time, this was like 2 days after I realized that like this was a bug that I was experiencing. I was like, that is so bad. That is so bad. This is the latest patch for this thing, and it still has this fucking bug that can stop progression for the main story? So I was like, all right, I guess I'll just keep going. So after that, no other problem with the main story. There was no other bugs that happened. It made me even more worried because I had like certain other like side missions and shit like that. It's like, wait a day for a call. And I'm just like, oh god, I hope they call. Like I'm hoping like I just skip time and they call. And yeah, like every other thing was fine. But it was just that one particular thing with Takemura where it was just like I wasn't getting any calls. So yeah, like I said, it is a janky game because it still has bugs. On top of that, when you're doing, I think the melee combat is not good in this game as well. When you're doing like the Mantis Blade shit, because that's what I got, that's fine. But when you're doing like the punch shit, it's like sometimes the hits don't land because I don't know, it maybe like some of the models clip, so there's no like actual like impact. it's very weird because like there is a side mission that requires you to fight different other people with melee, and I was just having a hard time with it because I'm just trying to punch this dude, and sometimes the hit is not happening, and then I get my ass beat, and I'm like, great, fantastic. I put credits down in the game to do this fight, and I'm losing credits, so I have to reload saves and shit like that.
Yep.
So yeah, the actual melee combat is not good. Gunplay is not bad, but it's not my favorite. Like it's all right. Like it's there. But I wouldn't say like doing like the gunplay stuff is the greatest thing you can ever play because it's a decent first person shooter. That's what I can say. It's a very decent first person shooter. Like the smart guns are pretty interesting because it's like, oh, if you upgrade yourself and stuff like that, you can get like a modifier that allows your smart gun to like target like critical points for the enemy, and it's like, okay, that's cool. And then like certain guns have like different effects. Some have like shock, some have like fire. So it's like, okay, you can do that shit, and then you can craft guns. So that's a different case and stuff like that. But yeah, like I said, it's like a very okay first person shooter. And then as for its RPG elements, man, like I'm looking at my character now, I look like an asshole. I look like a fucking asshole because of the way I'm dressed, because each thing has specific armor sets, and you look like an idiot.
Yep.
Like I'm just wearing like a cowboy hat with like camo and like cowboy shoes.
Absolute fucking moron.
I look so stupid. But it's because they want to do this RPG element where it's like you're not necessarily seeing your character because you're first person. There are certain moments where you see your character.
Yeah.
But it's so weird that it's like they try to push that aspect of like, look how you can customize your character. And it's like, but I barely see them. So what is the fucking point? I see no purpose to that.
Yeah,
so
it's like when you have to decide on your genital size.
Oh, that was stupid. That was so stupid.
Dude,
I was like, why?
I don't think you understand how funny it was when the bugs were happening in the first one, or when it first came out.
Yeah.
Me and my friend were creating our characters, and of course, like we're joking around about penis, boobs, blah blah, right?
Mm.
He he sends me a picture of his character's dick is just fucking fusing outside of his.
God damn.
And it just wouldn't, like, there was, for some reason, like, he reloaded the game and it was just kept happening. And something in his save, like, just made it so it no longer was able to understand that, I guess, clothing were on or something. I don't know. It was funny, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, this game is still pretty buggy. There are moments where, like I said, there were moments where, like, I'm just driving around and, like, a car just does a fucking flip somewhere. And I was just like, what the fuck is happening? Or when I call my car to come, like, towards my location, and sometimes it would just be floating in the air and then just drop in front of me. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, you haven't lived until your car hits you and kills you.
Oh, I got hit by my car. I had that happen. I had another instance fucking yesterday. I called my car, and my car just kept driving away. Like, it came to the spot I was at, and then just drove away. It was... Oh my god, like, I was like, yeah, I can see, like, some of the bugs, but I could imagine that it would have been a hell of a lot worse if I played this on fucking release. But as for the... I think I want to keep on, like, the mechanics and stuff like that, the gameplay. The character progression stuff is not necessarily the greatest either. Like, they're all, like, small, like, percentage boosts for certain things. Like, it just, like... It feels like it's all going towards the same thing. Like, I kept seeing, like, stuff for, like... A perfect example is, like, Annihilation is one of the tabs for, like... I want to say body? or reflexes. I forget which one, but like you put a point into that stat, and then it obviously opens up the tree, and then you have another point that goes into that tree, and then the tree is like, oh, here's 10% boosts for shotguns, and then for damage, and then here's another 10% boost for shotguns, and then here's another one for recoil, and it's just like a lot of them were just like very bland, like perks and stuff like that. Like they weren't necessarily anything I was just like, oh, this seems really cool. The only one that seemed relatively cool was like you could do a jump takedown. That was like the only thing that was like, oh, this is an actual move that you can do. But the other ones were all just like stat boosts and stuff like that, or like for quick hacking, reduce time for how long it takes you to do quick hacks, or like being able to fully shut down a turret, like stuff like that. But it's like overall a lot of them were just like the entire skill tree stuff was like not that appealing. But it's funny I mentioned that because it's like, while all the combat stuff is like generally just okay, the story itself is very interesting because of its world. You know, I like that whole aspect of like this, we're in a dystopian future where technology has progressed so far that essentially that there's just some people out there that are just more robot than human. Like there's a whole like gang that is just like weird freaks that modified themselves so hard that like they look unrecognizable. There's even a side quest where they like this particular group that modifies themselves just kidnaps people and like modifies them for fun by giving them like shitty modifications. Like it's that fucked in the future. And then it's also super fucked because it's like corporations have like the reason why they're living in a dystopian world is because corporations are essentially the power that exists in that world. So like the amount of pollution and stuff like that has essentially created this almost apocalyptic world. And yeah, like I said, like the world building itself is super interesting. That's the credit I give to CD Projekt Red, is that like they know how to do world building. They know how to do lore. And then, you know, character interactions are also interesting. There were some characters I cared for, some characters I really didn't. The main story is very interesting, I have to say, because there's a movie called Johnny Mnemonic that I was reading the synopsis on Netflix, and it's almost as similar to the plot of Cyberpunk. You ever see the synopsis on Netflix for Johnny Mnemonic? And it's with Keanu Reeves.
No.
So basically the synopsis from what I read, or what I remember, is that a world run by corporations, this guy has this data thing that these corporations want, and he puts it in his head, so now they're after him. And I'm like, that's almost as similar to Cyberpunk. Or Cyberpunk is as similar to this. And it stars Keanu Reeves. So I'm like, I gotta check out Johnny Mnemonic. So that's probably a movie I'm gonna watch sometime soon.
I wonder if that's where you got the whole thing from.
I would assume, yeah.
Or no, Cyberpunk... Wasn't Cyberpunk a tabletop for a long time?
It is, but the story for the game is like, you know, it's probably kind of have some...
I didn't know if they pulled it from like Cyberpunk lore or something.
No. So yeah, the game is based off the tabletop game. Mm-hmm. But the story itself for your character V, I would assume is like something they kind of like took inspiration from Johnny Mnemonic. I would assume.
You're Johnny Mnemonic.
Thanks, bro. I'm Keanu Reeves. I'm breathtaking, not you.
I'm hurt.
That was also another neat thing, is that they had a trophy called Breathtaking where you had to get all of Johnny Silverhand's items. I got all of them, obviously. You get his Porsche, because I keep forgetting that like this is a dystopian future where fucking in 2022 fucking Johnny Silverhand has like a fucking metal arm in 2022, and I'm like, oh, that's how fucked it was back then. Like they were still living in a corporate like nightmare. But But yeah, the story was interesting where you're like, obviously you're interacting with different factions and stuff like that. You're trying to understand how fucked this world is, and then your main personal struggle where your main character V is trying not to is trying his hardest to not be taken over by Keanu Reeves. And yeah, it's just the interactions you have with Keanu, Johnny Silverhand. I don't know. Like, I like Keanu, but there's a part of me where I was like, I feel like he's trying a little too hard to be a badass.
Yeah.
So that's where I kind of feel a little iffy about. But either way, I like Johnny Silverhand as a character, where it's just like this fucking legend of Night City, and he's like, oh my god, you would not believe it, like he's super crazy and stuff like that. And then you actually meet the guy and he's like, nah, my ass got handed to me, but fuck the corporations though. And it's like, okay. And then you were also a rocker guy. It's like, all right, that's cool, I guess. And then I romanced one character by the name of Pan Am. So plus that's a good job for me. But where I got to the end, so obviously the game gives you a lot of different choices. Some different choices.
Yeah.
But I went with the choice of not taking the pill to make me become Johnny Silverhand, and not calling the Aldecaldos, essentially not calling Pan Am to come help me. I was just like gonna go into the Arasaka building because Hanako Arasaka, the sister of Yorinobu Arasaka, is like, I'll help you with your plan to take down my brother, but you're not gonna kill him. I'll take care of him. I was like, okay. So and then I'll help you get the shard out of your head. So I was like, okay, cool. So I go do that, essentially just kill a bunch of dudes, and then, you know, at the end, well, there is a little neat moment where it's revealed that shit, what is his name? Fuck, what is his name? The daddy Arasaka. Fuck, what is his name? I forget his name. I just said his name. Not Yorinobu. Yorinobu's his son, I believe. Anyways, Big Daddy Arasaka is apparently a sentient AI, so he technically lived in a weird way. And then it's revealed that the whole reason why that Johnny Silverhand thing existed was to test out the ability to take the person's mind and like put it in a different body for them to like kind of like live eternally. So it's like this weird fucked up aspect. And you have this moment where it's revealed that after the whole heist thing kind of like goes awry, Arasaka Corporation actually has Jackie's body. So V's like, why do they have Jackie's body? And they basically explain that like, oh, even after death, they like to take out the shard in the brain to like see if, you know, there's something that the memories of that person can help with. So there's a little moment where when you're talking to Daddy Arasaka, you're like, I want to talk to Jackie. So I chose to talk to Jackie, and it's not Jackie. It's just like the remembrance of Jackie, like every interaction you've had with Jackie. But he doesn't like necessarily recognize you, essentially. So yeah, there was like that little interesting moment where I was just like, oh, I like that part, but it's like, damn, I really wish they would have let us play with Jackie, to really let us grow with Jackie, but we never get that moment. So yeah, I went with that ending, and essentially how that ends is like kind of an existential nightmare in a way, because you get the shard out, but you're recovering in space. And they're doing tests on you, and it's repeating and repeating and repeating and repeating, and it becomes this existential thing where even in my mind, I'm like, did they put our main character's mind in like a prison? And then it's like, at the end, it's like, nah, he's not in a prison. They're just doing this shit repeated to him. But the reveal is that the shard did more damage to V, which he only has like a couple months to live. And essentially you're given two choices. Either have your mind put in like storage, essentially like Daddy Arasaka, where it can essentially still technically live, but you're just going to be in storage essentially until the time comes where this kind of technology is accepted. Because another thing that's revealed is that when the sister confronted the brother, she actually implanted the dad's AI into her brother. So there's this whole like there's this whole thing that's going on back on Earth where is this a situation of like morality? It's like, where does this end? Like, can a person truly know what true death is? And is this like technology only gonna help the rich essentially? So it's like this whole morality thing that's going on back on Earth. So like I said, you're given the choice of going back into storage, and then eventually this idea will be accepted by society, and then you can come back. Or you can go back to Earth and live out the rest of your days. So that's what I chose. I chose to live out the rest of my days. Because I feel like the other one is an existential nightmare as well. So yeah, and then you leave the space station, you go back to Earth, and that's how the game ends. Well, that's one of the endings that I went through. So I actually plan on getting the other endings. So one of the things I didn't realize is that there's a trophy that I was like, how the hell am I supposed to get this? And it was, I forget what the trophy name is, but the requirements is for you to help Takemura complete his goal. But there's a thing that happens in the game where there's a raid that happens, and Johnny is like, V, we gotta move. And V's like, we can't leave Takemura here. And he's like, nah, he's already dead. Go, leave. You think that he's dead. Apparently not. There's actually an alternative way that you can go around and save Takemura. And that actually leads to a different ending as well. So I just want to... Luckily, I still have that save. So I can go back and do that and just do the main story for that. And yeah. Like I said, I will update for like the other rest of the story, the rest of the endings. But yeah, Cyberpunk. I did the Cyberpunks. Yep, it was not a flawless experience, but not anything I would say that it was so horrendous. It was just crazy. It was just crazy just to see all this bugginess. But yeah, that's what I've been doing with my week mostly. And that is basically it for my week. Watch anything else? No, that was it. All right. Do you want to take a little short break, or do you want to get through this? You want to power through?
No, I'm good to go.
All right, power through. All right, news. So we had Gamescom opening night live. I believe it has ended already, that week of Gamescom. But opening night live, if you guys are interested also, for those who are listening, we also, all three of us watched it. Me, Haler, Wesley. We watched opening night live. There was stuff that was announced. I'm not going to name every single thing because there's a lot. And then the day after, there was Future Game Show where they showed a couple things. So that happened. There's a couple things I just want to mention that I was like, oh, that's cool that they showed. But yeah, opening night live was kind of cool, but it made me realize that like all of it was just like CG trailers and not all of them were gameplay. Some of them were gameplay, but not all of them were gameplay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the biggest one, obviously, that kind of blew my mind, that is a thing that is being resurrected, is Lords of the Fallen. That is getting a fucking sequel, which is crazy to think about. Sonic Frontiers was shown for a little bit. And then Moonbreaker, which is the Bryan Sanderson Subnautica developers tabletop like game, which I'm kind of interested in.
Oh yeah, that did look pretty cool.
That looked really cool. They showed a little bit of the Callisto Protocol. They showed the Expanse Telltale series. Speaking of Telltale, they showed the new Tales from the Borderlands trailer, which I wasn't digging it because the dialogue just made me feel like I was back in Borderlands 3.
Yeah.
I wasn't digging it, but yeah, just like a couple things from there. Lies of P was another one that they showed, but like only a little bit of gameplay. Yeah, just a couple things, you can always see what they showed at opening night live, or check out, the past stream, because I believe it is on VOD on the YouTubes, on my YouTubes. But yeah, and then Hogwarts Legacy. Something that I didn't realize was actually not a Bethesda thing, but a word song. So I didn't realize that it is from the former Bethesda game studio designer Jeff Gardner and Obsidian Entertainment alumnus Charlie Staples. And I didn't know that these two dudes came up with their own studio. So it's going to be an RPG thing from the guys that brought you Fallout, Elder Scrolls. Yeah, it's weird. It's very, very weird. But that's cool though. And then obviously the end of that shit was the end of that opening night live was Dead Island 2. Even though we talked about it, I think the week previous, that there was a leak that happened where they just showed the box cover, and then here's the actual announcement and gameplay of that, which is, it's crazy to think that Dead Island 2 just is back. I remember when they had that teaser where you're on the boardwalk, where you're watching this guy running on the boardwalk in California, and like, not the boardwalk, but like he's running like near the beach, and then like behind him you see like people being turned to zombies and then chased after him, and it's just like, yeah, I was like, that's okay. And then Dead Island 2 went silent for a good while, and then it got canceled, and then, well, not canceled, but it was just like in development hell. And now it's here. But here's hoping that it doesn't. The
trailer looks cool.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it doesn't take itself too seriously. That's what I'm hoping for, because Dead Island 1 took itself way too seriously. And then Dying Light, kind of took itself serious, but there were obviously some like goofy shit that you can do in that game. And I don't know how about not. What did I say? Dying Light. And then Dying Light 2, I think, tries to take itself seriously again, but I hear like the story in that game is not necessarily good. The gameplay I hear is alright, but I hear that the story is like kind of all over the place, because I believe, I think this like happened during development. Was that like one of the writers, like the main writers, left? So it became this whole thing where like they tried to like basically pick up the pieces from where they left off, so that's why the narrative for that game is kind of a mess. But yeah, just like I said, one of the things that we just want to highlight from opening night live. And then the day after was Future Games Show. They showed stuff for The Last Case of Benedict Fox, that Metroidvania game with like Lovecraft stuff. That looks really neat. They showed a little bit more stuff for Goat Simulator 3. There's another game that I remember was revealed, I think, during not the Game Awards, I think Summer Games Fest, Erebon Shadow Legacy, which was like this like game where you play as a character that does stealth shit, but she can also turn into a shadow thing. That was interesting. There is a demo for a game called Solstice, which is like a character action game, which I downloaded the demo, but I have not played yet. Then of course there's Deliver Us Mars, the sequel to Deliver Us Moon. What is it? Deliver Us? Yeah. there's that. Phantom Hellcat was a thing that was showed during opening night live, but there was more gameplay during the future game show. Edge of Sanity was another one where it's like this it's like side scrolling, but they didn't really show too much of it. Like it looks obviously like Eldritch Horror-esque. Then after that, there was a lot of stuff that they showed. Tesla Grad 2 looks really interesting, which I didn't realize was a Tesla Grad sequel. I've only heard I haven't heard that much about Tesla Grad 1, but Tesla Grad 2 looks really cool. The Dark Pictures, The Devil in Me, the next game from the Supermassive, the guys behind Men of Medan, Little Hope, and House of Ashes. Essentially, Until Dawn. There we go. Then they showed a survival game called Rooted. VR game, fucking God of Rock was another one where it's this rhythm fighting game, which seems interesting. They showed a little bit more gameplay for Lightyear Frontier, which is a game that I'm very interested in because it's essentially a simulator with a mech that you do farming shit. It's like Stardew Valley, but with mech and 3D, I guess. Some stuff for System Shock. There's another thing that happened with Layers of Fears, which is supposed to... So what I've heard about this is that... I never played Layers of Fear 1 or 2, but what I've been hearing is that Layers of Fears is supposed to be the in-between for 1 and 2. So that's happening. There's also a game called Off the Grid, which they talked about because it has connection to Neil Blomkamp, the guy behind District 9, but they only showed the trailer for it, and it just seemed like the most boring military shit ever. So I have no idea what the fuck's going on with that. But yeah, they also showed Alien. They showed a DLC for Alien Fireteam Elite called Pathogen, where you're fighting different versions of aliens. They showed a little bit more gameplay for Hypercharge Unboxed. You remember that. There's also a cute little raccoon game, almost like Untitled Goose Game, called Snackoon. Because raccoons like snacks. And then, yeah, just a lot of stuff, but like I said, there's a lot to go over for Future Game Show. But the neat little thing was the people who are narrating Future Game Show was the voice actor for Kratos for 2018 and the actor for Freya from God of War. So that was neat. And then you heard Kratos say boy, and I was like, cool. Anyways, so yeah, video games happening. There's also Tokyo Game Show that's happening in the 15th of December. Not December. 15th of September. So Tokyo Game Show is happening somewhat soon. I believe Capcom's having some stuff there. I think the biggest one that they're talking about is the Street Fighter 6 stuff that they're having. But that's for Chonch. That's for me. So yeah. Like I said, there's more stuff happening in the world of video games when it comes to announcements and shit like that. So here's hoping Tokyo Game Show is pretty enjoyable. So moving from video games to more video game news, I think the thing that we can talk about is two things from Sony. Okay, so this is where we get into some weird shit. So I think the first one we can talk about is the $6 billion lawsuit. So basically somebody is suing Sony. Well, I can't even say the word. Advocacy group. God, that sounds bad. Anyways, this group of people, based in the UK, are basically putting down a lawsuit. They're suing Sony for having a digital monopoly for their games. which is one of the weirdest things to come out. It's very unclear as to why they're doing this. They gave their reasons as to like saying that like Sony hasn't necessarily gone down in prices and stuff like that, and like they're the ones in control for their stuff, and I believe they don't allow third-party retailers to sell digital codes as well. So there was this whole thing that they were making a case for, and I think overall it's just this weird case where it's like, but why specifically Sony? You know, Xbox also has a digital marketplace, same thing with Switch, well, Nintendo, and specifically like the like Switch games are ridiculously priced on fucking digitally. Like it is crazy the amount of markup for Switch games. Even physically, like some Switch games don't go lower than like fucking like $30. Like it's weird. Like Breath of the Wild, every time it goes on sale is like fucking like $30 or $40. It is the weirdest shit. But like I said, this lawsuit is like it's just very bizarre.
It's kind of just like a complaint.
Yeah, but it's like you can make the complaint to the other companies as well. Why stop at Sony? But
well, this will be a test to see if it actually does anything. I doubt it.
I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it because like even then, yeah, it's just weird. Like I get it, but I think the weirdest thing is that like the plaintiffs for this case are trying to make the case that like that video games are they're necessity, when in reality video games are more of a luxury. And it's like, I don't know where you're going on this. Like, what is the point to fight this? Like, sure, I would like to have games not be at crazy markup prices, specifically digitally. But even then, like when you're paying digitally, you're not necessarily owning the game. You're paying for a key to unlock the game in a way. You know what I'm saying? Like we've talked about this, is that like owning a game digitally does not mean you own the game.
Yep.
You're getting the rights to play the game, but you don't own it.
Yep. I mean, if your account got banned, you literally just start over.
Yeah, and then like even games physically now, because like with like updates and shit like that, it's like you don't technically own the thing. Like you own it physically, but like you still need to go through the whole process of like getting the game to work. And like unfortunately we're living in an era where like everything's trying to be a like games as a service type deal, and like everything has to be online, and then we have this whole situation where it's like you don't technically own the game, you have to have the right to play it. It's even for physical, like the greatest example of that is like fucking Gran Turismo 7, where you have to be online at all times to play this game.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's such a, I don't know, like it's such a vague lawsuit. It is incredibly vague, but it's happening in the UK.
Dumb.
Yeah, it's happening in the UK. So I think the reason why they haven't necessarily brought it up with the other companies like Xbox and Nintendo is because I believe Sony does well in Europe, and I think specifically in the UK. So it's like, I guess this is the reason why, because a lot of Sony players are based in Europe. But like I said, this whole thing is just incredibly vague and very weird. Yeah.
It do be pretty weird.
It do be doobing. Yeah.
It be doobin'.
It be doobin', but
it's Morbin time.
You know what else be doobin'?
Other Sony news?
The other thing that happened with Sony. So speaking of Monopoly, this is not Monopoly, but this is kind of crazy to think about. So Sony is increasing the price on PS5s in Europe, Japan, and other countries, but not US.
Yeah.
So I've been seeing a lot of like reasons as to why it hasn't been price hiked in the US is because specifically that is their base MSRP, so they want to keep it that way. But essentially, on this article that I have, they basically put down like, you know, what the conversion for that is for each things, what they were previously marked down as for like for Europe, for example, for the disk drive version was originally $4.99 in the Europe, but now it's gone to $5.49, and then you know, like I said, everything has just gone up in Asia, Europe, Australia, Mexico, and Canada. So price increase. So crazy that they're being sued for digital monopoly, but with this shit, it's kind of ridiculous. And even then, this is a console that's not readily available. So that's also the other case where it's like, you know, video games are a luxury because it's like this is the thing that's not readily available. It's almost, I won't say impossible to get, but it's hard to get, and it's just weird to do that. There's all these theories that come up as just like, why are they increasing the price? And it's because Sony doesn't. There was a whole thing that I think we talked about where like there was a chip shortage. It's still going on now, so they're increasing the price in order to have some kind of income to come back for the amount of chips that they need, because these chips are so hard to get. So it's like, I kind of get it from that perspective, that it's a business standpoint where it's like they need to make something back for this. But it's like, it's this catch-22 where it's like we're willing to get this thing from you and pay, but you make it so hard to get it that it's like we can't pay you to get it. It's just we're just going in a circle with this. But yeah, the price increase thing is kind of it's really unfortunate for a lot of these places that are getting the price increase.
Yeah, it's really weird. Especially because they don't raise it in the US. I think they're scared of backlash from the US. I also saw a bunch of backlash about this, so I mean,
oh yeah, there's definitely a huge amount of backlash. But this is also the other thing, is that like Jim Ryan's not the greatest.
Yep.
Yeah. He is the president and the CEO, and I've never, like, anything that involves Jim Ryan has never been the greatest interaction with him. Because he was the one that actually put up the whole thing about how the PlayStation 3 store needed to be taken down, and then the whole thing about backwards compatibility shit, and then the whole thing that's happening with the chip shortage and making this shit like not readily available. It's like I said, almost everything reading about Jim Ryan has been like just not good. And that's what I'm saying, is that like I want to call myself a Sony fanboy, but it's hard to be a fan of Sony when the CEO is just like, I want to say tone deaf, but it's just like he just doesn't care about. I want to say doesn't care about video games. I mean, he's a businessman, like all through and through. He's a businessman. So yeah, it's unfortunate.
pretty bad.
It's pretty not good. But what's hilarious is that like a lot of reporters reached out to Microsoft and Nintendo, and Microsoft's like, yeah, we don't plan on doing anything. We're keeping it the way it is. And it's like, damn, Sony, really way to push people to Xbox. Yeah. Same thing with Nintendo. Nintendo's like, yeah, we don't plan on increasing price. So, but this has always been the interesting thing, because I've been listening to like other podcasts, other video game podcasts and stuff like that, to hear, I guess, somewhat of their input. And they brought up one podcast I was listening to called Easy Allies, was talking about this, where they were like, has there ever been a time in consoles where there's been an increase in price? Because it's always been a decrease. Hell, like the fucking PlayStation 3 went through a decrease. Like, I think within, like, a year or two?
Oh. Yeah, it was like a year.
Yeah, because like with the
Because it
PlayStation,
was at like 600.
and then it went down to like what, like
I
500 or
think it
400.
dropped to 4.
Yeah, I think it was like 400. But it's
There
like,
might have been like an in between at some point where it hit 5, but they just stopped making it with the USBs in the front, and then they dropped the price.
yeah. So that was the thing, is that they started doing different iterations of the PS3 to make it, I guess,
Which,
cheaper.
fuck them. USBs are not that expensive, them dumb motherfuckers.
Like I said, Sony has not been the greatest. Look, I love playing Sony video games, but like as a company, they suck. Like they fucking suck. But yeah, it's just like I said, it just comes to the question of just like, I can't think of any game console that has had a price hike up besides this. Like this is the first time I've heard of something like this where it's like, oh,
That's why it's so fucking weird. It's like, you don't hear fucking Microsoft being like, well, we gotta raise our prices in China and Japan and Australia and Mexico and Europe and UK and Canada. Canada? They ain't raised it in Canada.
yeah, in Canada. It's just the US that they're not increasing price, but they're like I said, there is a reason why they're not doing that.
They're literally like the entire world except for this one.
Yeah, because obviously that is where they want to keep it at baseline, as is, but yeah, it's bad that they're just doing that a
Yeah,
lot.
the PS4 was 400, wasn't it?
Either 400 or 500.
I don't think it was 5.
I think it was 5 because I remember I pre-ordered a PS4. It was a Darth Vader one. I think it was like $4.99. But by the time that thing came out, Sony decreased the price for the PS4. So I remember going in and I think I paid like $450 because I think it was $100 off and I had to pay for the warranty. So there was a price decrease, I think within like within a year of the PS4. Yeah, it was a weird experience.
Came out at 400.
It was 400?
Yeah.
I think 500.
The Pro was 5.
Oh, then I have no idea. All I remember is that like,
no, the Pro was 4.
I don't remember, but I remember there was like a price decrease that happened when I was getting my PS4, my first PS4.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember there was that. But yeah, crazy. Like I said, it's just hard to get a fucking PS5.
I'm gonna be real mad. If the 6 ends up being 600 when it comes out, that's not happening.
So this is also the other thing is that like Sony is planning, because there's rumors going on now that like they're planning on doing a remodeling of the PS5.
Makes sense.
I would assume because they probably had to get cheaper material for it, for the insides, because with the whole chip shortage shit that's happening, I would assume that's why they're making it a different iteration.
From what I heard recently, I thought that the chip shortage is bouncing back.
No clue.
Or no, that might have been the GPU things. Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Oh, video cards, yeah,
video cards are...
that's going up because of the crash of bitcoins.
I apologize.
It's okay. You're not a real gamer.
Oh my god.
No, yeah.
Also, don't buy used graphics cards, sorry.
Yeah, because they're usually from people who mine the shit out of them.
I was watching the thing about how, like, they're just like, you could either get a fucking 8 years worth of that thing working or 2 minutes.
Yeah, because that's the sad thing. But I'm glad now that like with the whole not crash, but like the downwards angle the fucking market for Bitcoin is going, is that like GPU prices are going back to their MSRP, and it's crazy to think about like when a lot of these like the 30 series, yeah, when the 30 series came out, they just came out and they were like $200 more than MSRP, and everybody's like, what? Like, why is it so high? And then even then, this was like at the same time the PS5 was coming out, so it was like PS5s were hard to get, GPUs were hard to get, all these things were hard to get because everybody was just like like hoarding all these things to sell them off, to use them first and then sell them off. Yeah, that was nuts. Man, pandemic times were fucking crazy. Because I was during the pandemic.
I just looked up what the price of the PlayStation 3 was on release. It was 620 gigabyte model.
Yeah.
Wait, this is or no, maybe it was 60 gigs. Anyways, one of them was a 20 gigabyte model, another one was a 60 gigabyte model.
It's hilarious
God,
to think.
Man, I can't imagine
how naive they were. I can't imagine
a game. How many games could you fit on there, dude? Like
back
even
then,
on the PS3, that shit was fucking hefty.
Yeah, because like there were some. Well, obviously there were a lot of PS3 games that told you how much space it was going to take.
Yeah.
But I would assume a lot of the launch games were not that huge. But yeah,
$600 fucking dollars, dude. The PS5 is $500. Like they really, that system is a crock of shit. Like the $600 price tag on that. There's no way, because if they can sell this for $5,
but it's hilarious because like when they did the different iterations, they increased the storage space.
Yes.
That was the crazy thing where it's like it went from fucking 60 gigs to fucking 500 gigs.
I don't know what the price of a hard drive looked like in 2007.
Oh, it was pretty cheap.
You think so?
I'm pretty sure.
I think like a terabyte would have been still like.
Well, terabytes
$400, $500 now.
Terabytes were something different, but like I would assume like maybe a 200 gig like hard drive is like. It wouldn't be that expensive. Like now, I'm thinking about the context.
2007, I think it still would have been like $100.
We have to really think about inflation and shit like that.
Well, because like you can get a terabyte right now for about $200.
Yeah, but you can get terabyte for like way cheaper as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it? I'm pretty sure it was way more expensive back then.
Yeah,
no, I don't know how about way, but. I do remember hard drives, like, because I bought my own to put inside, so, like...
Yeah.
It did cost some. I mean, I don't know.
It just
Again,
depends.
like, as far as the chips and GPU go and everything, like, I don't think it was as costly. Although, I think, don't they lose money still on consoles usually anyways?
I don't know, to be honest.
I mean, I definitely don't know 100%, but
yeah, I don't know.
I remember reading something about how they usually, at least this is what the companies said, like they lose money on the hardware and then they make their money back on the software.
I would assume, yeah. Yeah, I would assume because it's a digital market, so they truly have a monopoly. Yeah, I don't know, man. Consoles are something because of this whole thing that's going on. I don't know. Like, I think the real question is like, as me and you being both owners of a PS5, do you think a PS5 is worth it now?
No.
Yeah. I say the same thing. No.
Knowing what I know now about a PS5, it's so what's worth, and this is fucking sad, what's worth the fucking money for this system is to have a better system that, like, and it's operating system. Their operating system's so much more smooth.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, this makes me remember the fucking PS3 when you're trying to like go through the PSN store.
Yeah. Do
you remember that? Oh my god,
do you remember the switch from PSN store of PS3 to 4?
Oh my god.
And that felt like a huge jump, right?
Yeah.
And now you look at the 5 from the 4, and the 5 is way fucking... That's what I'm saying, though, is like, literally going through... It was a chore to go through my old-ass PS4, to go through and find my friends, go into a party, then go into my game, which all this shit is loading so fucking slow. So, like, is the SSD worth it? Yes. Is the new operating system worth it? Yes. Are the games that are on the fucking system worth it? Not really.
Because here's the thing: is that like they haven't really done that many like first-party games, and usually when it's like third-party stuff, it's stuff that you can either play on PC or you can play on Xbox.
Yeah.
But the situation becomes, it's like a lot of these games run at 60. And it's crazy to think that we've reached the era where consoles now can play 60 frames a second, and that is the requirement that it needs to be. Like, it now has the ability to do either performance or fidelity mode. That's what's crazy. I mean, the PS4 did that, obviously, with the Pro, but it was not as stable as it is now.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I've talked about this. This is like, this is the whole conversation of like gaming is a double-edged sword when it comes to like getting a system to play games on. It's like you either get a console because a console is like super easy, you just plug and play. But the peripherals and the amount of shit like that is obviously the investment into this, and the digital stuff is also the other investment. But with the PS5, the other investment is the fucking SSD, the NVMe that you can install, because this thing's space is like 825 gigs, and that's clearly not enough, especially in this day and age. While with PC, it's a computer that you can use, but some of the games look better and this and that. You can upgrade your GPU, but that's also the caveat, is you upgrading the hardware that you have to get in order to keep up to date. You don't necessarily have to, but there's going to be a point where like your computer just can't run specific games. While with like the PS5 now, it's just, I can play the newest game, put in the disc, and we're good to go. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. This era of gaming is just bizarre. It's just really bizarre.
I tell you, you'll feel better when God of War 2 comes out.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that like I've been thinking of like, should I get it physically or digitally?
I mean, you're a physical man, so probably physically.
I am, but I got God of War physically, but I gave it to my cousin, and I don't remember whether or not I told my cousin he could keep it.
So just go buy another one.
But I don't want the one that says greatest hits on it, because that's basically all the God of Wars that are on there.
You can probably find it.
Yeah, or
I know you, bro. You can do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll ask him if like I told him he can keep it, or because he sold his PS4, which I didn't know. My cousin.
Well, he might not even have it anymore.
He better fucking have it.
I would assume he doesn't have it if he doesn't have the PS4.
I'll probably send him a text message and be like, "Hey, do you remember I gave you that game God of War?" And he's like, "No." Then I'd be like, "Liar! Why are you lying?"
This guy, he doesn't even remember if he gave it away.
Yeah, because that was the problem. So like, I don't remember when that he said it. I said he keep it, but yeah, that's my thing. Is that like if I get it physically, I gotta have the first game physically.
You're like, here's trash. I don't want this anymore.
Oh, like liar. So
get the greatest hits one, bro, and then wait for second greatest hits to come out.
Oh, stop. Hurt. Okay, so I guess moving on from that, something that won't hurt, maybe, who knows, it might make you nauseous. PSVR 2 will be playable at Tokyo Game Show.
Nauseous.
Yeah, very nauseous. I got fucking nauseous during playing fucking Resident Evil 7 VR.
Oh, I forgot about that, yeah.
Dude, I got so fucking nauseous, and then like I felt bad because like I just beat the game with the headset just on my forehead because I was playing it because I'm like, I can't fucking do it. I can't.
It was funny when you couldn't. You were like, I can't read chat. We were like, just play the game. It's not a big deal.
All right. Sure. But yeah, PSVR 2 will be shown because obviously Capcom's going to be there and they'll be showing off the VR version of Resident Evil 8. But this is the interesting thing because this is the showing of this hardware. Because the VR 2 isn't supposed to come out until early 2023. So a lot of people are anticipating this to see if it holds up. The VR2 looks interesting overall because it looks like one of the Oculuses, especially with that controller, because that controller looks kind of cool. So here's hoping it's good. If they show stuff during that Capcom event thing during Tokyo Game Show, then I'll probably tune in to watch it.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah. But big but. So there's two things that one thing I won't tune in for, and then the other thing I might tune in for. So the first thing we can talk about is Resident Evil, the Netflix series. The Netflix series has been canceled after one season. Fucking insane.
Did you watch it?
I watched a little bit of the first episode, and
bad.
It's not good. It is definitely not good. And I'm like, I like Lance Reddick, but my fucking god, like,
oh, come on, nobody likes Lance Reddick, bro.
I like Lance Reddick. But this is the hilarious thing. I saw an image of where Lance Reddick is in the show. It looks like he's doing Albert Wesker cosplay. It looks so fucking bad. That image looks so fucking bad. But I couldn't get through the show because it's like, they try to do the whole setup of like the future timeline and then the past and like how it led to that point. And then with the younger girl actresses, they're okay, but I don't really.
Dude, whoever filmed that shit should fucking go back to school. Jesus Christ. I could film better on my iPhone.
Wow. Big talk. But yeah, I probably believe you. I believe
Big talk. I will make you a movie and you will cry and weep and laugh.
No.
Both will happen.
No. I refuse to believe that.
And you'll love. You'll grow from this movie. You will become a better person.
I was about to say, like, nobody's becoming a better person after fucking Resident Evil, because,
absolutely not.
This fucking show fucking died, man. It's crazy because, like, the only other show I can think about that got canceled after one season was fucking, well, there's two. Archive 81 and Cowboy Bebop.
Archive what?
81. Is it 81?
No.
What is it, 80 something?
I don't fucking know. I don't remember.
We watched this show.
Yeah, I don't remember the number. I remember Archive.
Yes,
tapes.
81. Archive 81. Yes.
It's 81?
Yes, Archive 81.
Why? That's such a weird fucking number.
Because that was the year of the tapes.
Oh
my god. Stop.
I'm gonna be real, that never made sense to me. I was like, that's I don't know why it's
fucking god. Anyways, and then yeah, Cowboy Bebop is the other one that got fucking canceled.
Yeah, but who cares about that shit?
Yeah, I don't care. I have yet to see that with my cousin. Because I do want to check out that mess, but I want to watch it with someone else.
Wait, is this the same cousin, the game, God of War?
No, different cousin.
Okay.
But yeah, it's one of those cases where it's like Netflix with new stuff doesn't really want to renew them, and with this show didn't, like, I don't think okay, so I'm seeing it was debuted as number 2 in the top 10 for Netflix, and then week 2 it went into number 3, and then after that, like, it just, like, fell out of the top 10 listing on Netflix. So it's like, and then on top of that, it wasn't getting good reviews either.
Yeah, it was like top 1 for like what, 2 days, because people were like, "Oh, it has the name Resident
Evil." Yeah, but it's not a good show from people who either like the series or don't even know the series. Like, the general consensus is like, it's not good. I still my curiosity is like poking at me to be like, watch a little bit more. But like I said, the amount that I watched, I was like, I'm not really digging this.
Now that it got canceled, I'll probably go through and actually just watch it. Just to be like, just to make sure there was nothing good in there.
Yeah, I just want to see Lance Reddick in Wesker cosplay.
He's like, oh my god, what's going on?
He's like, Chris.
I was because Lance Reddick's bald, I believe.
Yeah.
I was shaking my hair back, shaking my head backwards, acting like I had hair in my face.
I would say look up the picture of that Wesker Lance Reddick.
I'm gonna go watch it. Don't worry.
Okay. Fine. All right. You want to watch it? by next week we finish it. Talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do that. How many episodes is it? It's like
I think like 7.
Okay, I think that's doable.
You're like, please God, only 7.
That's doable. I'm hoping it's 7. Jesus Christ. But yeah, that's something that's just gonna die. But it's crazy to think about as well. Is Netflix is they're known for having big hits, and I think the other thing they've renewed a lot of other stuff. Obviously, that is big. The Witcher, Stranger Things, fucking
Dark.
No, Dark is over. Dark is done. Dark is fucking great, by the way.
Wait, did it stop at 3 seasons?
No, it's 5.
Oh, what the fuck? I read something recently that said something about 3 seasons.
4 or 5. I'm trying to remember how many it was, but Dark is definitively
done. Did they cancel it though, or was it just finished?
I finished it. It is done.
The people that finished it, it didn't get canceled. They just were done the story.
Yeah, story's done.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is it didn't get canceled. What the fuck was I saying? Never mind. Go.
Okay.
I'm really lost.
Yeah, it's okay. The Umbrella Academy is another one that they're renewing for another season. And then they also have that movie from Guillermo del Toro. Shit. Yeah, like they've renewed a lot of things, but like I said, with a lot of like new shit that they try to do, and I think this is the thing is that like The Witcher is a series that's done really well, and a lot of people know The Witcher from the video games, and you have that small group of people that love The Witcher from the books. It's like, yeah, that works. It's people like it. But Resident Evil is a weird one because it's based off a video game. But when this show was like when it was what's the word I'm looking for? When it was leaked, and when it was like rumors talking about how like the story is supposed to take place before Resident Evil 5, but it technically is somewhat canon. And then there was all talks about how like the showrunners wanted to bring in Lady D from Resident Evil 8, and it was just like this weird hodgepodge of like Resident Evil story is ridiculous as it is now. But the story for the Netflix series is just like, it was just weird reading it. It was just like, where the fuck is this going to go?
Yeah.
And then, yeah, lo and behold, it's done.
There's 8 episodes, by the way.
Okay, that's doable. So yeah, okay. Visual pinky promise. Virtual pinky promise. We'll watch it.
Sure. My pinky's out. Sure it is.
Yeah. But yeah, speaking of Netflix, what they're planning on doing is fucking the BioShock movie. So they revealed the director and writer for the BioShock movie, which
is it Wes Anderson?
Unfortunately, no. Oh my god, I was so watching Wes Anderson fucking BioShock movie. No, the director from I Am Legend, Francis Lawrence, is going to be taking the helm as director, and the script writer will be Michael Green, who was credited in working with Logan, Blade Runner 2049, and the American Gods TV show.
Well, we know it's important that he worked on Logan because Wolverine's the best.
Yeah, Blade Runner 2049 is pretty good too. But he's not like the main
Wolverine
writer.
Would beat Blade Runner, but yeah.
Okay, well, sure, I guess. So yeah, it's they're planning on doing this, obviously. Doesn't really say when it's planning on when it's supposed to be releasing, but yeah, it's been confirmed. Essentially, who knows when this is going to come out? But I'm interested in the direction that they'll go in, because obviously, I think the bigger question is like, what are they going to do? Are they going to do the fall of Rapture, or are they going to put you where the story of BioShock 1 is?
No. Please. No, it's a movie, so it's not gonna. Okay. Movie, they should just go. Fuck. What? Because we already. If they're doing a movie aimed at people that like the video games, then it needs to have the aftermath version where there's like junkies around, you gotta fight them and shit.
Aftermath. Uh-huh.
Uh
Sorry. Continue.
On my pizza by Dre. So
Yeah. Yep. That's what I was referencing.
So yeah, I don't think there would be a lot of interest in the movie from the people that played the game if it was like the thriving city story, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, we're all down here and everything's lovely. But I guess like if it did Jesus Christ, if it did show the slowing decay of Rapture, yeah. But like I really like if I'm thinking now about like if it was a series, like I wouldn't want to go through like 8 episodes of them like just talking about like dumb shit, and then finally like the last one's like, oh look,
The fall.
everyone's crazy and death.
Yeah, because like that's also the other thing is that like I'm like, would it be better as a TV series or as a movie? And it's like,
I think movie.
I guess movie. I feel like with most video game adaptations, I feel like TV show might work a little bit better, but I don't know. With Netflix, with BioShock, it's a weird one because obviously, you know, like I said, if it does the fall of Rapture, it's gonna be an episodic thing where it's like we're gonna get to the leading point of like this is the fall, and then with a movie, it could be the same thing, but like I said, we have no idea what they're planning on doing for the actual story itself. Because if they do the game story, that's weird. That's gonna be fucking weird.
Why?
Because you know the whole narrative of that game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess it's not necessarily spoilers, but it's like, it's an old game. 2000 what? 2009? 2008?
Yeah. What's weird about this one is like this one I like hold super close to me because this is like the first game that the storyline hit me and I was like, oh, at the end I was like, I had no fucking idea this was happening.
I think the whole meta shit about it is so interesting. I think that's why like BioShock 1 is considered to be like one of the greatest games of the generation, because it's like it's that whole meta narrative that it has where it's a video game that you know all the basis of other video games where someone gives you a mission and you go do the mission and that's it. That's you get thing, go from point A to point B, do the thing, that's it. But as its narrative like eventually reveals, it's like, no, you've been a sleeper agent the whole fucking time. So the reason why you're doing all this shit is because you're programmed to do that. And it's like, whoa, it's like, what? And it's like a really interesting play on the whole idea of like doing a task in a video game.
Yeah.
I think
it was so cool, man. Like,
yeah. So
I didn't feel cheated either. By the way, I mean, I know that doesn't really probably matter, but like, after playing it, I was like, it was still just good. It's just so good.
Yeah, the only criticism that I kind of agree with other people about BioShock 1 is the final boss fight. Not that great.
Sorry, I breathed in too soon.
That's okay.
I can't believe you saying something bad about it.
BioShock bad? Choach says yes.
It was a bad boss fight.
Yeah, it wasn't really that good.
Because you're probably playing on like fucking baby mode.
I like my baby mode. I will.
He was like, I need my gun to do 400% damage instead of regular bullet damage.
That's right. I was crying and yelling and shaking my
I
baba.
played it on ultra hard mode and beat it. So
That's
whatever.
cool. Oh, sorry. Oh man, I can't see you because your dick is too huge.
Thanks.
You're welcome. um. So yeah, I'm just interested to see what they do with the story. There's also that weird aspect as well for BioShock where BioShock Infinite actually has a connection to BioShock 1, so if they do the Fall of Rapture shit, they have to make a reference to fucking BioShock Infinite.
Yes.
Yeah.
The castle in the sky.
Yeah, Castle in the Sky. No, but did you play the DLC for BioShock Infinite?
I didn't play BioShock Infinite.
You didn't play it?
No.
Oh, okay. You're so
they were
disappointed?
like, we're in the sky, and I was like, no, why did you just go opposite? Why?
In the sky.
Fucking, they were like Rapture, and then Angels, sure.
Rapture Sky. I mean, obviously they tried to change stuff for BioShock Infinite, but I don't know. I'm very like okay with BioShock Infinite. It's not my favorite game, but I enjoyed what I played. And then the DLC came out, and then one of the DLCs is like you're playing as Elizabeth, but you're playing in Rapture. And there's a reason as to why that happens.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, Elizabeth.
Oh, is Rapture actually the city in the sky that went into tunnel land and the submarine land?
No. So,
is that what happened?
No, so you know how Elizabeth has the ability to like open up like different dimensional portals and shit like that?
I have not played the game.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. Do you even care about the game?
I honestly don't fucking know, but you just destroyed whatever.
I mean, it's not a huge spoiler because it's like I could give you a fucking spoiler.
That's so funny though.
I was like, do you remember this thing that you didn't play?
Oh, what is his fucking name? I don't know. I can't remember the fucking guy's name. But whatever. Better Call Saul. Oh, by the way, he dies.
Oh,
no, wait, what happened?
The Better Call Saul shit. Yeah,
you were like, you're on season 6. No, I'm on season 5.
I was like, oh, you caught up, right?
They haven't put season 6 out on Netflix yet, so I gotta wait.
All right, so I'll send you a different way to watch it.
No, I'm not. I want to watch it all on Netflix without commercials.
Wow, and then you're gonna be waiting for the final season, bro.
That is the final season.
No,
there's another season.
Yeah,
7.
I think.
No, they can't.
I don't know. We're doing this. We're doing this shit again where we don't know which season. We're gonna. Okay, I'm gonna stop it. Anyways, BioShock. You remember that thing that happened in BioShock Infinite, the game you never played, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. But I say, like I said, BioShock Infinite is not the greatest BioShock game, but I kind of enjoyed it.
I'm sure it's good.
Yeah. So, anyways, BioShock. Who knows?
Get ready.
Get ready for the next BioShock. Well, get ready for the next story because this one is a fucking doozy. So the remake for Knights of the Old Republic has been given to a different studio. Originally, it was being developed by Aspyr Media. But because of the whole shit that's happening with the different directors and directors leaving or being fired, nobody knows. Embracer Group has made a decision to give it to Saber Interactive. So
probably a good idea.
I mean, they gotta pick up what they're putting down or remake it entirely. I don't know.
I would assume there's a lot of usable assets there.
Yeah, but everybody's code is different from another company's code, so who knows?
Unless they use the same system.
I don't think so. Anyways, so this is interesting because Aspyr Media is based in Austin, Texas, while Oh, excuse me. Saber Interactive is where is it? It is in Eastern Europe, so be interesting to go from there. People are making the assumption that it's this remake is going to be Euro jank. So who knows?
What? Wait, what?
Euro jank,
Why?
because it's being made by a completely different company. But Saber Interactive is not a bad company. Fuck, I keep forgetting what they made.
Didn't Saber make the Power Ranger games?
No. What are you talking about?
Oh, am I thinking of a different?
You're thinking of Saban.
Yeah, isn't that the same thing?
No, Saban is the company that owns Power Rangers. Fool.
No, but who works on the games then?
That's different company, different developer.
Your
Anyways,
developer.
Saber worked on Time Shift, Halo Anniversary, RIPD the game.
Quiet Place the game.
I just see that in the Wikipedia. I'm like, oh fuck.
Snow Runner. Circus.
There we go.
Electrocute. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Oh, Vampire.
Vampire.
Yeah, Vampire.
Don't forget Space Marines 2 and World War Z Aftermath.
Oh, but you shouldn't forget World War Z or the Evil Dead. No, wait, really? The Evil Dead? No. Evil Dead. No.
Yeah,
oh,
the Evil Dead video game.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Saber Madrid. Fuck.
Publisher and developer.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay. Or what about Quake Champions? Yeah, they've done a lot.
Wow. First of all, don't ever snicker at Quake. All right.
I will, because I know nothing about Quake. So my ignorance,
This guy is so ignorant.
I am. I will be forever. But
why with the ignorant? See.
Anyways, so yeah, this should be interesting because you hear these stories about how like a lot of companies like usually switch different development teams, but it's interesting to see that the big parent company Embracer Group just giving it to a different studio. So who knows? But I forget. I don't think they said when they were going to release the game. But this shit ain't gonna be out for a while. And even then, will it be good? Who knows? Well, I mean, that kind of pushes me personally to play the original games. But what I've been hearing is that apparently for KOTOR 2, it's better to play it on PC because apparently there's like fan patches that help that game because that game is like incredibly unfinished.
What game?
Knights of the Old Republic 2, KOTOR.
The original?
Yeah.
I think I have that on my PC.
Yeah. I mean, I keep hearing it's really good. But I just haven't played it. So who knows? I mean, and then on top of that, for like AAA stuff involving Star Wars, we got fucking Jedi Survivor from the Jedi series. The sequel to Jedi Fallen Order. There we go. Same, bro.
I had my hand on my nose while I was breathing. I don't know.
You heard like it touched the microphone. So, yeah, but it's this was also the crazy thing about like the whole thing with the writer and the director. Well, I think it was just the creative directors that were like working on this game, just abruptly leaving. But nobody knows whether or not it was like on their own terms or if they were just fired. So, yeah. But I mean, you always hear that. Like I said, you always hear the story of it being switched to different teams, or them trying to get in a new writer, or a writer leaving, and then it becomes a mess. So I think they just want to do as much crowd control and be like, all right, just give it to a different studio that I think just doesn't have any situations going on over there. Hopefully. I think that's why they gave it to Saber Interactive.
It's not interactive.
You know what's not interactive? What's not interactive? Tell me, Haler.
Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. Resident Evil got canceled. Like, none of these articles except for that. You can't interact with it anymore. That's why it's not interactive.
We already talked about this.
I know, but I couldn't. There was another article for me to grab and be like, that's not interactive.
That's not interactive.
And I didn't have a good, horrible segue like you, where it's like, it's not interactive.
That's fair.
Evo Finals.
Evo Finals, baby. So this is a horrible thing that is occurring. So basically, to kind of TLDR it, Evo after Evo's finals, there was a game that was shown called fuck is it called? It was called Godfighter. So this thing was shown off and like
make the sacrifice.
Jesus,
I will make it.
God, I have the volume on. It's this weird anime guy. It's a CG trailer with a bunch of weird anime characters. Or not anime, but like very... Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Sorry, the volume keeps going up for this thing. And there's nothing shown, but it's a teaser for it to be I guess a 3D fighting game. And they're talking about it using GGPO, some kind of netcode like that. And so, okay, so this is the interesting thing. People went on the website to see this thing and, because it's like, it's interesting. What the fuck is this thing? And somebody found in its website coding that it is called NFT Champions. Which a lot of people, even before the person revealed it, was like, this is an NFT thing, isn't it? Because like there was nothing else after that was shown from the CG trailer. And I think there was another thing that I saw that was like a weird connection to this other game that oh my god, what is it called? It was like called fucking oh my god, I forget what it's called, but there was like this weird developer that was doing like taking like character models from like different video games from like different properties and shit like that and like made a fighting game out of it. And they kept saying how like they have a netcode that was better than rollback called Blitz netcode, and like it was the shittiest thing that you could play. But it's I don't know what this is. Okay, so somebody has pictures from the website. So apparently it's supposed to be like a 3D Soul Calibur like. Yeah, fucking. Oh, Infinite Versus. That's what it's called. Okay, yeah. So it's by the same developers as Infinite Versus. So it's a like I said, it's an incredibly jank game that these people took like different properties, different character properties, and like I said, they came up with their own netcode and called it Blitz netcode, and it's the fucking stupidest shit ever. It is so bad. But yeah, this thing got so much outrage that the Discord that this guy created for this thing, essentially he kind of went on like a whole rant about how like these people don't know what they're talking about, and then deleted the whole Discord. I know, crazy, right?
That's so weird.
Yep. NFT Champions. Holy shit.
NFT Champions is supposed to be the new one though, Godfighter, right?
That's what it's. Yeah, it's Godfighter.
But Infinite Versus is not.
Is the thing that developers did before. where they talked about their Blitz
So the
netcode.
people that made Infinite Versus is making this new one?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. And Infinite Versus is a fucking
And
jank.
what's Blitz code?
Blitz netcode is a thing that they came up with, saying that it's better than rollback.
Was it?
No.
Was it worse?
It's just another version of delay-based netcode. But they kept talking about how much better it was. Because, like, Infinite Versus, I think, is something that you can just find and download, but I wouldn't. There's a... I'll send you the video, because there's a channel that I follow called Wooly Versus, and he does, like, fighting game stuff. So, there was a video...
Infinite Versus looks terrible.
yeah, it's bad. Oh god, fucking!
Sorry, I looked it up and watched the video, and like,
it's not
the
good.
character design's bad. The background's looks like it's a flat 2D surface.
It's a fucking jank game by jank people, but yeah. It's a thing that's just like I said, this thing is obviously it's not going to be developed, but they literally got this announcement literally at the ass end of Evo. And this is also the problem, is that like Evo put this out, being like, oh yeah, check out this new fighting game. And obviously they didn't know that this was something by these people that made Infinite Versus and didn't check out their website. But even then, the person checking out the website and actually finding that like code was just like, yeah, they never mentioned that it was going to be an NFT game.
Mm.
Oh man, you like NFT, my guy? Yeah, you like? Okay, fair enough.
Actually, a little bit, because
Okay.
I'm kind of invested in one thing. Not like I don't have money in it, but like
You're just interested in it.
a friend is in it, so like
Okay, I got you.
I kind of hope it does well. I mean,
With this crash of the currency of the crypto.
if you're making NFT stuff solely just for like NFT's sake, that's fine. But I don't want to see NFT stuff get like pushed into
Video games.
like not even video games though. Like yes, video games, but like movies, trading card, like keep NFT as art, man. Like straight up.
But that's also the problem, is that like, what do you define as art? Because the assumption of art it varies on different people. Because you had that shit. You remember that shit with fucking Chadwick Boseman, where they had the NFT shit for the Oscars after he passed?
No, I don't.
They put that out, that like everybody that was like visiting that went to the Oscars was getting an NFT of Chadwick Boseman, and then it was revealed that like the head sculpt that they took for the NFT, that the company that gave it to the Oscars was actually stolen from someone else.
Weird.
Yeah, no, and that's what happens with NFTs, is that like they get stolen.
What I mean by art for NFTs is like something you're producing that hasn't been made before.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you own it. Like if Disney wanted to make 1 million Mickey Mouse NFTs, I don't care. You own Mickey Mouse, it's yours. But if someone wanted to make like Ring Ding Mouse, and he's like, "This is my new mouse," and I made, whatever, dude, it's cool.
I mean, that's just Bored Apes.
Yeah, that's fine. So
they're stupid.
Who cares? If people like it, let them go do whatever they like. I don't care.
But it's
and if
stupid.
that costs them motherfucking money, maybe they shouldn't be gambling.
I get it. It's like, it's your money, but I just from my personal perspective is like, it's fucking stupid. I think it's just it's dumb.
I've heard people say it's dumb to buy games.
Yeah.
So
but
they don't like this. I don't.
But that's the thing. You can't do anything with NFTs. With a video game, you can do something.
Yeah, so make an NFT video game. Now you can do something with your NFT.
But nobody wants NFTs in video games. Nobody wants that. Anybody who plays
doesn't matter. It's going to go into games at some form or another. NFTs are.
I can't believe you're defending NFTs, bro.
I'm not defending. I'm just saying
you're coming out here being like,
Well, so I'm
Smooch.
defending art as in a general
That's
sense, right?
Yes, I understand that standpoint. Yeah, I get it. I get that standpoint.
So
But
when NFTs first came out, what I thought was just happening, because I didn't know all this other shit was going to happen.
Mhm.
What I thought was happening when NFTs came out was, much like me or you could go paint a canvas, I assume people were just going to make fucking dope art and then put it online through that. And then it was like a way for them to digitally sell something that they've created.
Yeah, but that's when it comes back to it, because like obviously art is to the eye of the beholder, but like most of it just looks like shit. Like it looks bad, and it goes up for ridiculous amounts of prices. But it's
You haven't seen the best one ever.
I have not seen the best one ever. I do not plan on seeing any more NFTs. But anyways, but it gets to the point of like the system for this thing, because of it being crypto, is so unreliable, and that's why it comes to these problems of like people getting their shit taken. Or if like somebody's just like, oh, I'm selling this NFT now. It's just a JPEG of the thing that I made before. And it's like, nah, but I made some changes to it, so now it's mine. So it's like it's all this art theft that's happening. That's why it's becoming like the worst subculture of crypto.
Yeah, and I mean, I get like, I don't know, some people are pissed off with it and this and that, like, but it's always, things are always that way. It's always, again, like, people just don't like it, people do like it, blah, blah, you know?
It's stupid. Anyways, that's my standpoint. Haler loves to smooch NFTs.
He didn't even defend them.
You're
I
like,
just barely said
wow,
like they're
NFTs.
basically. I was
wow.
like, they exist.
Come
Can't
here,
we
baby.
coexist?
Come here,
Hold
sweet
on.
baby.
I just sent you in Discord the best NFT set, bro.
Oh my god, why are you doing this to me?
It's an image. All you gotta do is look.
Oh my god, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much, because that's also the problem with NFTs. Is like, look how different they all are, and it's just the same.
It's all the same picture.
It's all the same pictures with a different variation, and I fucking hate it.
Like, whoever started that trend is a piece of shit. To be real, yeah.
I mean, that's Bored Apes.
Yeah.
Fucking so dumb.
Well, you know, what is that guy's name that made the Marvel posters and now he's like huge? Boss?
Oh, Boss Logic?
Yeah, Boss Logic. He had his NFT line, which was the gauntlet, the Thanos gauntlet, and it just has different wraps around it. So like one's like
It's the worst.
Dragon Fist.
I don't really like Boss Logic either.
Wow, this guy he just found out Boss Logic has NFTs and he's like, you know what? Actually, I don't.
No, but I never really liked Boss Logic, because he always does this like shit, like not shitty Photoshop, because he's very good at Photoshop. But it's just like he always does this thing of like, oh, but what if this Photoshop, and I'm like, he's just playing to like weird fanboy hype, and I'm just like,
well, yeah, dude.
I don't care.
Hype me the fuck up.
He did one where I laughed a bit, but I'm thinking, I'm like, there's some motherfucker that's like, this is cool. I'm like, it was Drake as Nathan Drake, but it was like the Photoshop of like Tom Holland, but with Drake's head on it. It was just like, this is stupid as fuck.
You know, there's always that one guy that's like, I wish Tom Holland had Drake's face.
I wish that, or like the kid that plays the shitty, not the shitty, but like that bully brother from Stranger Things. What is his name? The one that drives the car, has the earring.
Fuck. His sister's Max.
Yeah, I forget his name, but either way, that actor,
Billy.
and then Billy, and Boss Logic puts up a thing. He's like, "What if this actor was Wolverine?" And then he tries to do a Photoshop of where he's like smoking a cigar with the fucking hairdo.
Sorry, if he was who?
Wolverine.
You mean Wolverine?
Wolverine.
Wolverine with an L.
Wolverine.
Are you saying Wolverine right now?
Wolverine,
bro. Fucking shit. You sound like you're. Yo,
Wolverine.
that's fucking hilarious. I'm
Wolverine?
so sorry.
Is that what you're saying? Wolverine?
Hold on.
Are you putting me on blast now?
can't fucking
Wolverine.
laugh. Hold on. All right, say it.
Wolverine.
I can't tell if you're saying the L or not.
Wolverine?
Wool.
Wool.
Wolverine.
Wolverine.
You're saying
It's because I'm saying the O. That's
Yeah.
why. You're saying it as a
you're
U.
more heavy on the O, like woven, like
What?
Wolverine.
Wolverine.
Yeah. And I'm saying wool.
You're
like
saying
going into the L.
Wolverine.
Wool.
Hold on. Hold on.
Dude, I'm just laughing.
Anyways. But you've heard me say this before, and now it's coming up.
I don't know why I'm fucking
Losing it?
zoned into your fucking speech right now, but that was
Wolverine?
so fun. I'm so sorry. It's also Wolverine, like my favorite character, so like I
Yeah.
guess like I heard it because of that, so whatever.
Yeah. But I've mentioned because we talked about
Christ.
the Insomniac Wolverine game. That's right, bitch.
I've never caught it before.
Yeah, and now you'd be like, "What on blast?" And I'm like,
I'm not
Okay.
trying to. You can delete this whole thing, man. Go ahead.
no, I'm keeping it in because I don't fucking know either. Because now I'm starting to doubt myself.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
This is a
It wasn't- I
Bernstein
didn't mean to be-
Berenstain.
I didn't
Huh?
mean to be rude if you feel
It was
like it's
very rude. I don't appreciate that. Anyways, Wolverine. Uh, uh, God, now I don't know. Now I'm gonna second guess myself.
I fucking
Uh,
love huge Jackman.
God, I love the huge Jack Man.
Yes.
I said that correctly. Huge Jack Man.
Yeah, you say everything.
Correctly.
Anyways, go. What's the next thing we got to talk about?
Going away from boss logic.
Shit.
God, I don't like boss logic. I think that's my standpoint. Anyways, no, just a couple things I sent in our group chat. Just more gameplay for Wukong, Black Myth Wukong. This game still looks cool as fuck.
Dude, it looks so good.
It looks fucking cool as fuck. There was also the CG trailer for it that was an in-game cutscene, and that looks fucking crazy. But yeah, basically the whole thing that was explained is that they're really going off the actual Wukong lore, and yeah, they're trying to implement as much folklore stuff from Chinese myths. So that's cool because the in-game cutscene is the whole thing about like the spider lady, and it's just like, okay, that's cool. And this cutscene looks fucking crazy. It looks so good. The fucking in-game
The
cutscene.
Black Myth, right?
Yeah, the in-game
Yeah,
cutscene looks so good.
That shit is so fucking cool, dude.
Like-
I don't know what they're making their videos with, but it feels very Blizzard. Not detailed, but or no, it is detailed, but not like in a Blizzard way. That they like, because theirs are like goofy. But this stuff like feels like I don't know, it feels realistic. Really, I don't know. It's way better than like these other games that are coming out, and their cinematic trailers are way more terrible.
Because I'm trying to think, because like this is not a AAA studio. This is a Chinese studio that's doing this, and I don't think they've done anything else besides this. But I think they're using Unreal.
Dude, whoever's funding it, like,
I mean, it looks so fucking good. It is insane how this game looks.
how fucking sad would it be if the story was ass?
I mean, I feel like there's going to be a lot of things that probably go over our heads because, we don't know that many things of the Chinese lore
I don't give a fuck.
with Wukong. But I'm just more interested in the gameplay, because it's very Souls-like. And from that gameplay, it was just like, it's Souls, but with fucking more shit that you can do. Like that shit in the gameplay where they showed that he can clone himself and split off is so fucking cool.
Well, it's all Wukong's powers, so
Yeah, because he's like a trickster god.
should be able to shapeshift too, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's one of the things that happens in.
I don't think I watched the thing.
The whole thing. No, I would say watch the whole thing because there's a thing that happens in the boss fight where he shapeshifts.
Gotcha. I did see the cloning off though. That shit's fucking.
Yeah,
It's
really,
so cool, man.
Yeah, I mean, even in the beginning of the video, he's a bug thing, so he's able to do the shape shifting.
All right.
Which I'm curious about the bug thing, if that's like more for like traversal shit and how that works. But,
I would assume that, yeah.
yeah, but like,
Oh
even,
shit! Fuck.
but even the enemy designs look really, really cool. Like they're obviously creepy as fuck, and
Oh,
know,
bro.
it's taking that like.
I'm not
Like I said,
excited about the spider lady.
Yeah, the spider lady is very scary. But you know they're going for that more creepy tone for this lore, because they could have gone in a different direction where it's just like, oh, it's this happy cartoony almost like thing, but not. That's why it's called Black Myth Wukong. But yeah, that boss fight is super cool. I'm very interested in this game. But yeah, basically the shit that I sent was like. Another thing, obviously, was speaking of Wukong, we talk about Wolong. So this is by Koei Tecmo. This is by the team, I believe, Team Ninja, behind Neo.
Oh,
And
this looked really good.
So this is another game that's, I believe, it's supposed to be based in China as well. I believe. I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that. It looks like it's China, but it could be like anything.
I think it might be China. I think it might be Chinese. Anyways, but yeah, it's made by a Japanese studio. China Wolverine. But yeah, this game looks sick. Like, obviously, it still has the elements of Neo, but the cool like side switching shit that you're doing is, and then the acrobatic stuff that you're also doing is like, no, this is like Neo 3, or like, yeah, or Neo 4, because like technically
Neo
Stranger of Paradise is kind of Neo-ish, but that's besides the point. Yeah, this game looks sick. It's actually
crash and dice.
This game kind of like makes me want to go back and finish up Neo and then play Neo 2, because yeah, this looks fucking sick. I really like the combat. The combat looks really, really good. And yeah, moving on from that, because like the other game that's also based in China that was shown at Opening Night Live was Where the Winds Meet.
That shit looks so fucking dope, dude.
Because it's like, it's not a Souls game, but it's like this open world hack and slash, and then we saw a little bit of gameplay, and I want to see more gameplay. But like,
you have to play it.
You have like sword stuff, and then you have like grappling moves as well, where you like push the dude off you, and it's like, that looks really cool. And then you're doing like almost Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon stuff, where you're running on the water and then jumping and shooting bows at like explosive barrels, and there's all this cool shit. That game also looks interesting. And then, you know, just going back to the whole Souls thing, there was also gameplay shown for Lies of P, where they showed more stuff, and that's like, if you wanted Bloodborne 2, this is fucking Bloodborne 2 at this point. But it looks, Blood of P is, I would say all the Blood of P, excuse me. yeah, essentially, yeah. Blood of P. Blood of P. I mean, like I said, it's like technically Bloodborne 2, so it might as well just have a blood in it. Blood of P is, it just looks good. It's like one of my anticipated games, because I didn't know this, but yeah, Pinocchio is part of public domain. So that's why they were able to, I don't want to say get away with this, but like, they were able to create this game based on it. So this is the thing. So learning more about Lies of P, apparently this is Pinocchio's journey to become a real boy.
But he's not wood.
He's not wood, but he's becoming a real boy slowly.
Oh, so he's like a machine?
Yeah, he's a machine, because I think that's what they're doing. Instead of like a wooden puppet, it's more like a machine-based puppet. So I guess he's like...
So he's gonna kill everything in his path to become
a real boy. So hearing more about this game, apparently there's gonna give the game, the reason why it's called Lies of P, or Blood of P, is because it's going to have a mechanic in the game where you have the ability to lie, I guess, for certain quests and side quests and things like that. And I think the more you lie allows you to gain the ability of becoming a human. But I think it also adds something to the gameplay as well, where I don't know whether or not it makes it harder for you or if it makes it easier on you. I think it would make it harder on you if you become more fleshy. But
I really want to not like this game, but the more you talk about it, it makes me kind of
it seems
like,
interesting.
Oh, it sounds pretty cool.
It seems really interesting. That's what I'm saying. Is that like
Yeah.
when I first heard about this game, where it's like, oh yeah, it's a Pinocchio Souls game. I'm like, fucking what?
Yeah.
I was like,
That's because when you said Liza P when we were watching it, that's the first time I ever heard of this shit.
yeah,
Unless you told me about it before, I don't remember hearing about this.
it's okay. It's alright. I forget too. But no, like I said, it's just a weird concept. Because I'm like, Pinocchio. And then they showed more of it, and like the atmosphere in the world obviously has like a lot of like it just feels like Bloodborne. And it's like, okay, I can dig the Victorian setting and like Victorian Gothic kind of thing going on, and it's like, oh, you're fighting machines. Okay. You're playing as Pinocchio and he has a cool metal arm thing that does a grapple move shit. Alright, cool. And then the new thing that came out for it, where it's explaining that, yeah, it's gonna have a mechanic based on lies, and the story is his quest to become a human. It's just like, that's actually really neat. I'm kind of interested in the story. Like, the gameplay got me hooked in because Souls game, but now the story is actually interesting.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Blood of P.
Hmm.
Yeah, just really good. Like, there's a lot of shit that I'm really anticipating for, but like most of them, it's just Souls games. Like, looking at them, you know, it's all Souls based stuff. And this is funny because like I'm playing a Souls clone, being fucking Lords of the Fallen, and just seeing like the early aspects of it and like how far Souls like games have gotten. Like, where Blood of P. God damn it! Now I've fucked myself up.
This is your own.
This is my own doing. Liza P is just essentially just Bloodborne. You know, it's not as fucking dodge heavy as Bloodborne, but like just the tone of it and the atmosphere just is like, it's like Bloodborne. It's just like Bloodborne. And then, you know, we got the Koei Tecmo games like Neo and stuff like that, where like those have Souls like elements, but they're their own thing, where it's like those games are fucking fast. Like, they're fucking fast ass games.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm excited for Wolong, and then Black Myth is just cool looking. Yeah, good time for Souls like.
Did Black Mist look like it's like a full-on Souls type of game? Because I was hoping that shit was gonna be action adventure.
I mean, it looks very Souls.
Oh man.
I mean, it shouldn't deter you from that. I mean, just watch the gameplay, since you said you didn't watch it. Are you gonna watch the whole thing right now?
What you're saying?
I would say watch.
No, I'm not gonna watch it now.
Okay, I would say watch the 8-minute gameplay, because yeah, like what they showed us, I was just like, yeah, this looks like a Souls game. But
I must have watched part of that because I remember the cloning.
the cloning thing, I would say watch the entire thing, and then the last thing they show is a boss fight. So, and it really depends on you whether or not like you might enjoy this or not.
Yeah.
But you know, it being somewhat similar to Souls is like, it's not exactly the same thing, because how Wolong fights is very different. Obviously, he has like different stuff that he can do. So, yeah, cool shit. So that is it for the week, my guy.
Nice.
Yeah, that is it for the week. Cool shit happening. But you know, now we gotta log off, because now we're gonna go watch Resident Evil.
No, I'm gonna have a good night tonight instead.
Yeah, okay.
I'll watch
That's
that and have a bad night the next night.
Oh yeah, that's right. We should probably do that Sonic movie night.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. So yeah,
All right.
until then, bye bye.